Right, everything is up and live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Dark Council podcast with your boy, the freelancer, and Jake.
Yo!
Here again today to discuss all the fun and wild shenanigans of the galaxy far, far away. And after last week's episode, which was our tier list for Star Wars character deaths from the movies,
It's a good one.
was a good one. Which is a list we will at some point be expanding upon. So,
Oh yeah, forever and always.
forever and always. I'm doing the fucking tornado siren test in my area. You can hear it outside now.
Not a real tornado though.
No,
Poser.
it's the fake out, you see. It is in fact the fake out. The weather is not in any of the conditions it was this morning to warrant that. This is the test we had, or the test they do every month.
Yeah. August, January though. What do you mean the weather is not warrant? What do you mean? It's January.
Because it was super bad stormy. And you also have to remember that I live down south where it is super fucking humid.
Yeah, but it's January. It's not tornado season. That shit comes in the spring and all of the summer.
Look, with the fucking rise and fall of fucking temperatures out here, dude, it might as fucking well be. We've hit fucking 70s out here.
What the fuck? Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here at work and it's like 1 degree outside.
It's fucked.
And that is Fahrenheit. That is in freedom units, not Celsius. It is colder than freezing.
It's freedom
by a lot.
F Fahrenheit equals freedom units. C Celsius equals communism.
I don't gel well with them commie numbers.
We speak democracy.
Oh fuck, dude.
Oh.
We say on the eve of the government being like, no, you can't have freedom of speech. Get this TikTok commie shit out of here.
I mean, it is basically just fucking spyware. We all know it.
But
we all know
you know what else is spyware?
Everything else.
Everything else.
Yeah,
at least give me the spyware I enjoy using.
I mean, I never fucking got into it, and it's not like Instagram doesn't do the exact same shit.
Yeah, except Instagram is like 6 days late. And also owned by Mr. Zuck.
The Zuckster.
Mr. Zuck the Lizard Man. I'll say this, he's gotten a lot less lizardy as time has gone on. He's still a lizard. Don't get it twisted.
He's an absolute lizard, but the Zuckster has cooled off a little bit. The cold blood has settled on him.
Oh, he hasn't cooled off. He's just gotten he's wearing his human mask better.
That's
he now can go into a high school and be like, how do you do, fellow kids? Have you tried Meta? To which the children reply, Meta mis huevos en tu boca. And then he dies.
God damn it. I also just realized I didn't have my fucking music for the background going there for a second.
Smooth.
Yeah, it's fine.
This is how you know
we're professional here.
We're professionals. I forgot to hit the record button. It's okay, man. So did I. Professional.
Professional.
With 2 F's. Because that's how it's actually spelled. I'm so professional, I know how to spell it.
Yeah. It's funny.
It's not funny.
It's funny.
Don't say it is. Stop hyping me up. Don't do that. It's not funny. Don't laugh.
But to kind of wrap us back around and actually bring us to our topic of today, and also bounce back off our once again plug the last week episode of our Star Wars character death tier list.
It was one of my favorite episodes.
It is one of the more entertaining ones.
It is one of the episodes of all time.
We are gonna be getting into another episode today. And our character discussion for today is our glorious metal boy, the droid General Grievous.
My metal boy!
My metal boy!
He's such a war criminal. My metal boy
like
is.
Fucking jobber.
Died like a chopper, dude.
Died like an absolute jobber.
Went out like Jabba the Hutt did. Not as bad, but still close.
I want to rename our fucking jobber category to Jabba the Hutt.
That's a good name. You know what? I'm down for it.
When we do the next one at some point in the future. I think we'll do them like every 3. We'll update it every 3 months. I think that works. We'll do it every quarter.
Yeah, it's perfect.
We'll update it.
Even better,
quarter.
don't even rename it. Just make it a picture of Jabba the Hutt.
I mean,
He
I don't
goes
think I can
into
apply pictures
the Hutt
on
tier.
that one. I don't think I can apply pictures on there.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'll just rename it Jabba the Hutt. I'll name it Jabba the Hutts.
There you go.
But our discussion for today will be the cyborg General Grievous. And yeah, this, I know you mentioned it at one point before. About how you were not going to care all that much about how cringe this gets.
Nope.
Because
let the cringe commence.
Most of his, there's a decent bit of that in his origin. Like before he officially becomes who he is, there's a
there's cringe involved. He's got asthma.
For specific reasons.
That was the correct reply. Send back.
Specific reasons that we will be getting into. So, for those that are not aware, which is probably a fair number of people, Grievous was not always known as Grievous. Or you see, around the time of 60 BBY, the Kaleesh warrior was named the Kaleesh warrior Kaiman Jai Shalal was born on the homeworld of the same species, Kali. Do not expect me to keep up with the pronunciation of this. This is going to be horrendous.
Understand.
Because I'm gonna share it to you how you actually see what his name is.
Oh, I'm going to attempt. The attempt is going to happen. Here we go.
There you go. Have fun. Have fun.
Lisan Al Gaib. Did I get it?
Nobody said it was a good attempt, but he made it.
Did I get it?
No.
Damn.
No. we're talking about Star Wars ass names,
Yup.
fucking went from this to Grievous.
I liked my nickname for him better, and you didn't hear it or you didn't acknowledge it, which is both fine.
I probably did not hear it.
Said before he was named Grievous, his name was Bootis.
God damn it. Shut
He only got the name Grievous when he became metal.
There is actually a reason he is called Grievous. So, like I said, for the moment we will be referring to him as Kaiman, because I don't understand why the fucking... I never understood why the wiki always referred to characters by their last names. Especially when you've got characters that share last names in some instances.
Oh, for like funsies. He's for snacking.
Yeah, we will... So, Kaiman was born on Kali in 60 BBY. And he was and the Kali at this point, and for generations prior, had been attacked by a group of technologically superior insectoid species, the Yamri, or as the Kaleesh referred to them as the Huck, or soulless bugs. Is kind of what they're going for here. So, it is...
The soulless bugs.
Refer to him as... Their official name is the Yamri, but the Kaleesh refer to him as the Huck, or soulless bugs.
Sounds vaguely Tyranid inspired.
But
the
Kaleesh and the Kaleesh and the Huck have been fighting each other for generations. And Kaiman's father had decided that he was going to that he needed to give his son an outlet for his anger, and so he taught him how to use a gun.
Hey, I know you're really angry. Like just in general, you're just an angry little kid. Here's a gun. This'll solve your problems. This is the same kind of guy who walks up into like the news van and be like, "This is my problem solver right here." It's fucking awful.
Specifically, he teaches him how to use a slug thrower rifle, to be more specific.
Oh, that's super dangerous. Don't teach him that.
And Kaiman actually proved himself as a master marksman.
Better that than a master debater, dude.
By the age of 8, he had already become a master sniper with more than 40 kills on Huck to his name.
That's kind of awesome.
By the age of 22, he had slain so many Huck that the Kaleesh people considered Kaiman a demigod.
Oh, what? That's cool.
This man was the fucking... He was the fucking Hercules of the Kaleesh.
All I can think about is, not me.
You'll get there eventually.
The Eddie Murphy movie, The Clumps. Hercules.
God damn it.
Got it. Got there. Got it with my brain.
It was during his, so it was also during his time that, he would go about serving as a big-time warrior for the Kaleesh, that he would come to cross paths with another Kaleesh warrior, a mercenary named Ronderu Lij Kumar.
Lisan Al Gaid. Did I get it that time? I gotta be right at least one of these times.
Fucking damn you.
I gotta be right at least one of these times.
exactly the way that you are.
Socio and economic factors. That's the way I am.
Now, according to the legends told, the relationship that Kaiman had with this wild and skilled swordswoman had its beginnings in a dream in which he had saw himself slaying a wild mamu, which is a big fucking creature that they get on their planet. It's apparently also where they get a lot of their... It's supposed to be like a creature they hunt as like a pastime.
Oh, I was about to say like a rite of passage, pastime work.
You know, it's a pastime and actually became a spectator sport, fighting these creatures.
I would like to bet this creature.
And it was through, he was seen with, Kaiman was seen with Rondeau fighting one of these in the Kunbal jungle with lig swords.
What swords?
Lig swords.
Lick my nuts, dude.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I saw it when I was reading it, and I'm like, he's gonna do this. He's gonna make that joke. The internet is a tainted wonderland.
Read me like a book, dude.
I read you and the entire goddamn internet like a fucking book.
Oh, fuck, that's good.
Fucking Ligma swords.
Oh. Dude, he hit him with a Ligma sword, dude. What's a Ligma sword? Steve Jobs.
Fucking hate it. So much.
I love it here.
It's the best, worst experience to it.
This is my favorite pastime.
Apparently, Kaiman found he went about actually pursuing this vision to the point he actually set about hunting one of these and also took on actually adorned the mask, which is actually of the same creature, believe it or not. The skull mask he wears is actually based off the creatures that the Mamu creature.
That's pretty. Dude out here killing moo-moos and wearing them, dude.
Look,
would you rather they be called moo-moos or a moo-moo?
I actually think a Mamu.
Yeah, so he's a little tiny mummy child?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you see how they wear themselves, yeah, that's not far off. You see how
well, yeah, if you've seen Grievous, he is like a little mummy child.
It's not wrong. He actually went about, so he adorned his mask and went about actually hunting a Mamu in the jungle, to which he would in fact encounter Kumar in the jungles while hunting the beast.
Oh no. Oh no, now I understand why that name sounded familiar to me. Did they hunt the beast and then celebrate at White Castle, dude?
Shut up. Shut your wordle.
I've been thinking since you said the name the first, I'm like, why does that name sound familiar to me?
Silence your fucking shite.
Oh. Dude, they escaped from Guantanamo Bay too. It's pretty cool. Okay, continue. I'm done now.
This motherfucker.
I'm done for the moment.
So, they go about, encountering each other in the forest, in the jungles, and come to find out he was in fact not the one who would be the slayer of this creature, but she was the one who would go about slaying this creature. The woman who stood before him wearing a Karabac mask, which is another creature I believe they hunt there, is a deadly predator from Kali that largely lived in the icy landmass known as Grindaju. Apparently is what the name is. Apparently what the minimal lore that thing has.
Imagine being reduced to a footnote in a wiki.
Yep. I mean, that's what
it will be me.
I mean, that's what the creature was. That the masks are. The masks don't have. The creatures the masks are based on don't have a whole lot to them. Most creatures, sadly enough, don't have a lot of deeper lore to them, which is just unfortunate.
They should expand Star Wars monster lore.
The fucking Star Wars bestiary expand.
Do it, Disney. You won't, coward.
And
I say, knowing full well that they won't because they are cowards.
So, standing there in the forest and seeing her with her pair of swords in hand, the two of them were therefore considered living manifestations of a cryptic kaleesh parable, Jilal, or the dreamer, the dreamt one.
The dreamt one.
Yep.
Like, the one that is being dreamed about? The
Yes.
dreamt one?
Yes.
Okay.
So, the two of them would actually go on to form a strong bond and become partners in the big war against the Huck. The two of them would also be introduced into their own respective fighting styles. Ivan introducing Ronderu into fighting with specifically with the Zerka Outland rifle, the slug thrower that he had been quite adept with, while Ronderu taught Kaiman how to wield a sword, which is where his aptitude for sword fighting initially comes from. His initial knowledge of fighting with melee weapons originates from his learning from her.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I
learned it from you, Dad.
In this case, it was more learning from his bae.
I learned it from you, bae.
Because Kaiman does develop feelings for this individual.
Of course he does. It's the only girl he's ever interacted with, because it's Star Wars.
I mean, to be fair, when you basically are the demigods of your fucking world, and you are the ones having to fight through horrors beyond your comprehension.
There are only horrors behind your comprehension because you refuse to learn.
More, they refuse to learn because they're too busy killing them. They refuse to learn because
I ain't gotta know nothing except that they can bleed and die. That's it.
Yep. And apparently so could Ronderu.
Oh no.
Because during one engagement on the beaches of Kali, the two of them were separated, and Ronderu would die a violent death on the Huck's barbed shears, and her body would vanish into the Genua Sea. Unable to retrieve her from the waters, this drove Kaiman into a state of absolute horror and despair, falling into states of horrible psychotic depression, inconsolable, and setting on a dangerous journey to try to find them. He had tried to reach out to the gods to raise Ronderu from the watery grave from which the Huck dragged her away, but the gods remained silent.
Ain't no gods up here but me.
And it was during this massive state of buried grief that Kaiman would go on to try to fill the void by taking 10 wives and siring 30 children.
Jesus Christ!
None of them, however, filled the hole that Ronderu left.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because...
Why'd you say it like that?
Because...
None of them
Eventually,
filled
he
the hole
realized that it was
that
his
Ronderu
destiny
had.
to mourn for her as long as he lived. With this realization...
His destiny is to be a sad boy?
Evidently.
That sucks! Lucas, why would you write it like this?
Alright. Right, because he evolves at this point from Kaiban into Grievous.
Oh, because he's grieving?
Yep.
Fucking cringe.
I told you! I
Oh,
fucking told you!
man! I thought he was gonna be named Grievous because he, like, left grievous wounds or something like that. No, his name's Grievous because he's sad. Fuck!
The actual excerpt here. He cast off his old identity, adopting a name more appropriate to being destined to grieve forever, and even more terribly, who was determined that he would not do so alone. He would be grievous, as well as heartbroken for the rest of his life. Rumor has it that when he took the name in memory of his comrade in arms, he voluntarily remade his body and eventually his mind to make himself the equal of the Jedi. Others added that he had dreamed of being a Jedi and had been rejected as a youth.
Oh, man. It's just Anakin again. Man! The Jedi just... Fuck, dude. No, you're not allowed. Fine, I'll make my own Jedi with blackjack and hookers.
Well, he basically does make his own elite squadron, essentially. The Izvo Shra was the name he adopted for his elite squad of Kaleesh warriors. He would also take on the title of Kagan, which was basically a moniker for a Kaleesh warlord.
It sounded vaguely Homeworld. Trying to remember, like, why that is.
Not entirely certain.
Kagan? I want to say Kagan is a race. Home. It doesn't matter. Continue.
During his time as a warlord on the planet, that he would actually force the Huck from Kali. But his bitterness did not end with that triumph, for he had pushed them further back, storming their colony worlds. His attacks and mass destruction of entire Huck planets ensured Kali's victory until the Huck turned to the Galactic Republic for help. And it's at this point that Grievous officially has his beef with the Jedi. Because the Republic sends Jedi to help the Huck. The Republic gets involved and they send Jedi to stop the war and aid the Huck, inflicting hefty fines and embargoes upon the Kaleesh people, leaving the planet of Kali in poverty, with hundreds of thousands of Kaleesh starved and dying.
Man, the Jedi just can't fucking win, dude.
The Jedi were winning.
I mean, they win a lot, but the problem is by winning, they get their asses handed to them.
They created a monster, is what they've done here. The man-made monster.
Man-made horrors beyond their comprehension.
It was during the same point that the arrival of the chairman of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Sand Hill is the name of the dude who actually runs the banking clan, by the way.
Sam Hill?
Sand Hill. S-A-N Hill. Yeah.
Okay, I thought his name was something like...
it's Sand Hill.
Not an expletive. I guess technically it's an expletive. In, like, the southern states.
Yeah.
It's like, what in the Sam Hill?
I think
like,
it's because
no.
he's supposed to be a banker, dude, and that's kind of just like the mentality there. I think they kind of tried to play that pun a little hard. Because I understand it.
He's a banker, so of course he's evil.
I mean, yeah, banks are evil. Don't you know? The banks are corrupt.
Damn,
Anyway.
Dude. Even in fucking the past, in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
That's insane, dude.
After all, Palpatine eventually owns the banks, so...
Go for Papa Palpatine.
I love that is actually the line for when Palpatine pops back up on the Republic side when you play...
It's so good, dude.
It's so good. He disappears for X point in time or appears for the first time, and then it's just go for Papa Palpatine. It's such a good... That's one of the reasons I love the Awakening of the Clone Wars mod, but in its current fucking state, I cannot play it. They need to...
That's rough.
They need to balance that one a little... They need a bit of a... Like, their next big update has to be a big overall balance patch. Like, it's rough. Because I can't even play the Republic side. I can't get a full playthrough of the Republic in. That's why I never made one when it first came out. Because I was going to do a concurrent run of the Republic and the CIS.
Yeah, I know you were just talking about that.
But they never... But the Republic's in such a fucking unplayable state for me, I can't do it. But, yeah.
You think it has anything to do with the fact that they have Go for Papa Palpatine as a placeholder?
Oh, no, it's not a placeholder. They did that intentionally.
Oh, that's going to be the actual sound.
That's the actual sound.
Oh, fuck. I thought that was a placeholder.
No.
That's even better.
That is the actual intent they had for that. That was the intention.
Oh my god, that's so good. That's so strong.
We made a storm about that on the XP Gamer stream. I was in there. Like, they made a vote of... Like, Shaq was interviewing them, and he was interviewing the team for the Awakening of the Rebellion and Awakening of the Clone Wars stuff. They were doing, like, a mod rundown, showing off everything, and discussing a lot of the stuff there. And he brought up, like, chat, should we actually make them get rid of it? And the entire chat blew up, like, no, keep this. Keep it now.
Keep it. Hold it close and dear to your heart.
Keep it forever. This is the greatest thing. So, we will... You want to know what's also fucked up? You want to know something else that's fucking hilarious and messed up?
Yes, what you got?
So, when you get... Because this is a Empire... Because it's an Empire War game, you also have... side missions that you get that randomly pop up where you get rewards from that. Okay. And on the side, when you play the CIS, usually when you get one that kind of ties into the banking, that ties into the Techno Union, the audio that plays when you see the mission is the fucking memed video of the Techno Union.
Like,
yeah.
Perfect.
It's so fucking wild.
That is perfect.
The mod team knows exactly what they're doing at every level, and it's amazing.
They know who their audience is.
They know who their audience is. Like, I've never seen... I give them a few more props because they are also going through doing... Because unlike Corey's list, because unlike the Empire War Expanded team, which actually use, like, audio clips from other games, media, and other stuff,
yeah.
The Awakening of the Clone Wars team, and I guess later the Awakening of the Rebellion team, are going to be actually doing, like, AI-voiced character stuff. And some of it's okay. I can't say it's all perfect. Because I know the only one there's I think only 2 they have in there. They're like genuine. This was an AI voice. This was an AI voice render. And I think it was just Tarkin and there was one other character. I don't remember who.
And dude, Tarkin can't catch a break, baby. AI his face, then the AI his voice. That's fun.
Yeah. I don't know. But it's rough. It's a rough little reality there. I don't know why they went and did AI voices, because I'm sure they'd be able to get a community together to actually do voice work. I don't know if it's just easier for them to import the voice file for a AI voice.
So I will answer that question for you. It is 100% easier to just use AI. Because you can use AI, and one, it's free. Now, this isn't me condoning yo, fuck voice actors. I love voice actors, but I'm going to be a realist. It is cheaper to AI that shit than it is to pay somebody.
Also keeps longevity.
Yeah, because you don't have to worry about the other guy getting, sick or old or dying.
Because then at that point, because the way deepfake technology is fucking gone. The level that they've gotten to with that, they 100% could absolutely just AI voice. Here's a dude that's been deepfaked to look like this character.
Oh yeah.
Because they did it for... They're pretty much gonna be doing it, I guess, for... Well, I guess as far as the voice, they're doing it for Vader. Because Vader's now officially in only AI. And it also seems like Hayden Christensen is gonna be taking over doing any live roles of Vader this point forward. He's gonna be the man in the suit moving forward.
Wait, who is?
Hayden Christensen, the guy who does Anakin.
Okay. Yeah. I heard James Hayter for a second, and I went, that's not right.
I don't know where your brain's at. Your brain's on a whole...
I don't know either, man.
Your brain...
I'm in another time zone, dude, literally.
You're in another reality. Anyway, derailment aside. Complete and absolute fucking derailment aside.
Hey, it wouldn't be one of our podcasts if we didn't derail it.
This is true. This is true. Yeah, we are at the point now where the banking clan chairman has shown up, and he comes up bringing an opportunity to Grievous as a potential collection agent. And in exchange for his services, the banking clan offered to take on Kaleesh's massive debt, thus helping his people overcome the effects of the embargo. Now, Grievous, being the honor-bound warrior boy he is, was absolutely disgusted by this notion of being a glorified leg breaker, as it describes him here. Being a glorified leg breaker for a soulless megacorporation.
The Pinkertons. The Pinkertons and or Disney Plus. Or Disney.
I mean, just Disney in general.
Yeah. I'm telling this story now because I don't know if everyone knows about it. Disney at one point hired men to break an artist strike. And his exact words were, "Don't break their hands, they need those to work."
Damn. That's crazy.
Disney is not a nice man, and it is not a nice corporation. I've said my piece.
Under fucking standable. Now, obviously, Grievous did not want this reality to be the case, and he wished he could do more. Unfortunately, the poor boy was not capable of resolving this issue on his own. So he would follow through on this agreement and would actually become a commander of the banking clan's private army of droid enforcers. And they did, the banking clan did actually keep its promise. They had alleviated Kaleesh's deficit, resuscitating its trade. In exchange, Grievous became an extremely effective enforcer. It was through those same efforts that the banking clan aggressively collected overdue credits from Ord Mantell and seized flute design systems. When the company defaulted, by the way, but he found he missed the comforts of his former life, and he wanted his old elite unit, the Isvo Straw. But apart from himself, the banking clan would not hire any other kaleesh. So, instead, he would have to make do with droids. But having no confidence in the basic battle droids at the banking clan's disposal, he demanded more intelligent models to take the place of his elite. Thus, introducing the Magna Guard.
Yeah! Magna Guard are dope.
Now, Grievous at first was disgusted with the droids because they were completely mindless. However, he soon demanded they be reprogrammed to watch him in combat and learn how to fight like his old comrades in his elite Huck killing team several years before. So the Magna Guards that we know of all got trained by seeing Grievous fight the same way his troops did.
Hell yeah.
His fucking Kaleesh kill team has been re-embodied in the Magna Guards.
That's dope as shit.
So, soon after this whole exchange of hands, that Grievous learned that the Huck had vandalized sacred Kaleesh burial grounds on the colony worlds, and that the Republic had done nothing. This news reawakened his desire to act directly in defense of his people, so he abandoned his contract with the banking clan and returned to Kali to avenge the desecration. Now, the chairman, Sandhill, was not pleased at all by this. He considered ordering Grievous's assassination, but he feared the vengeance the Kaleesh would take if he survived. Instead, however, he conspired with the Geonosian Archduke, Poggle the Lesser, and their mutual allies.
What a fucking awful name.
And their mutual allies, Darth Sidious and Count Dooku, to arrange Grievous's permanent servitude.
Uh-oh.
Arriving on Kali by 29 BBY, Grievous was anointed by a Kaleesh holy man to prepare for the renewed conflict before he and his Isvo Straw boarded his troop shuttle, the Martyr. If that's not symbolism, I don't know what is.
That's rough. That's fucking rough.
Because they set off to resume the Huck War, unaware that Dooku, Hill, and Poggle had planted an ion bomb aboard and rigged Grievous's pilot seat to enable remote-guided ejection. The resulting explosion sent the Martyr plunging into the Genua Sea, the same sea where Ronderu had been taken by the Huck, by the way.
Yup.
Dooku's remote command ejected Grievous from the wreck at the last moment, but all of his kill team perished in the crash. His body hemorrhaging and in shock was dragged from the water, and Dooku used the arcane Sith heart stun technique to keep him from succumbing to cardiac arrest while en route to Geonosis.
I'm sorry. Can you say that secret Sith technique again?
He used the arcane Sith heart stun technique. Yes. That is the official name of the technique.
Oh, that sucks! That's so bad!
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking 5-inch punch him in the chest over and over again. Just keep stunning his heart. Oh, man. Oh, it only gets worse from here.
Yeah, it does. It was then that Dooku first planted the idea that the Jedi themselves were responsible for this attack in Grievous's mind. Then, Magna Guards dragged him to a nearby shuttle, where FX series medical assistant droids worked to stabilize his condition during the journey. Dooku, in the meantime, traveled to his homeworld of Sereno to retrieve one more important component in his plan. Grievous, at this point, now is on the cusp of undergoing his mechanical metamorphosis. We are about to reach the point we get our glorious metal boy.
My little metal boy.
Grievous had suffered near fatal injuries, rendering the body that had survived many battles useless, or so he was told. Planted evidence pointed to a Republic plot. In truth, Grievous once again proved his resilience, and additional injuries had to be added after the crash to make his body as broken as was claimed. Sandhill repeated his proposal, including a promise to replace Grievous's broken body. Desiring vengeance against the Republic and the Huck, he agreed on the condition that his mind would not be tampered. Now, Dooku comes along with the piece of the puzzle he was looking for, which just so happens to be a vial of blood from the frozen body of the missing and deceased master Sifo Dyas.
Sifo Dyas! He makes his return.
As a means of keeping Grievous's body alive during his transit to Geonosis, where Poggle the Lesser and his Geonosian scientist implanted his brain and eyes into a duranium alloy body, reminiscent of a Craft war droid, complete with LX-44 robotic legs. His vital organs were housed in a synth skin gut sac impervious to vacuum, and the Geonosians would also alter his brain against his wishes to trim away disturbing memories while enhancing his rage centers, to install a kill switch manned by Dooku himself, and to enhance his equilibrium, allowing him to better employ his newfound agility. Internal implants were also placed in his eyes to sharpen his vision and to protect from the vacuum of space. While the midichlorian-rich blood of Jedi Master Sifo Dyas may have played a critical role in maintaining his life, Grievous saw it as a personal failure that the transfusion did not in fact give him any degree of force sensitivity. So, while you can clone
I guess it's technically because it's full of midichlorians.
While you can clone force sensitives, you cannot transfuse blood to make them force sensitive. Now, to Sandhill and his allies, however, the experiment was a phenomenal success. It was at this point that the identity of Hyman Jai Alil had officially died, and in its place stood General Grievous, in form as well as spirit.
My metal ball.
A small side note, these same techniques that were used to rebuild Grievous, as well as the same usage of droids, would later be applied to give the same cybernetics to the Sith Lord Darth Vader. The same techniques used to apply the cybernetics to Grievous would later be utilized for the Sith Lord Darth Vader.
Okay.
In constructing his suit. So, we can thank Grievous for being the testbed for Darth Vader.
That's actually kind of cool. Wait, does that mean Vader also has cool robotic space legs that let him climb on walls? And he just doesn't use them?
pretty sure he's got, like, magnetic boots or something.
That's not nearly as cool.
Not nearly as cool, but I mean...
See, with Grievous, I can at least tell him to put those grippers away, dude. I can't do that with Vader. He got magnet boots. How do those even work, dude?
I mean, I imagine he just turns them on and off, but then again, it's Vader.
No, like magnets, dude.
Like magnets.
No, like how do magnets work?
How do magnets work? How do magnets work?
That is a good...
Anyways, the Cyborg Project had all been funded by Sandhill to create a military leader that could counter Dooku's growing political influence in the Separatist movement. Although he presented the Finnish General Grievous as a twisted gift to Dooku. Though taken aback by his appearance, Dooku was pleased by the overwhelming result, and Grievous was given the title of Supreme Commander of the Droid Army, planning to use him in his efforts to conquer the Republic. He presented the droid general with his first lightsaber, the saber of Jedi Master Sifo Dyas.
Oh, so that's what started the collection.
It all
he didn't
started
even
with
kill
Sifo
the
Dyas.
first Jedi.
Well, you have to... Well, in his case, I don't think it mattered too much. But then again, I know there's some weird difference in his lore there. Now, I had heard at one point that and this could be one of the various fucking weird Mandela effects that I have heard over the years about Grievous and other Star Wars nonsense, is that he had actually he had actually rebuilt his collection after a group of, if I recall correctly, it was like a group of assassins entered into his lair and took the collection and threw it into a pit of lava.
That is petty shit.
Because he had an entire collection of like old Sith lightsabers. And that entire collection got tossed into lava by some schmucks who invaded his lair.
That, again, real petty shit.
And it was through that same act that Grievous started his collection of lightsabers as proper trophies that he took from his various Jedi kills. Again, this is probably one of those weird Mandela effect things that happen in my brain when I remember Star Wars stuff.
I mean, probably.
I either get half the information or I don't get any of it. Sometimes some random shit comes bleeding out of my brain from random stuff I remembered from watching YouTube videos about Star Wars lore in high school. Either case, Grievous was still not happy with his new droid body, but would still take on his appointment as Supreme Commander of the Droid Army as an insult, but it was immediately after he was presented with the lightsaber. Grievous killed all of his Magna Guards in his presence in a defiant rage, exclaiming that he was not a droid, which Dooku kept referring to him as such. He further rebelled by openly displaying his Kaleesh heritage by adorning himself and his Magna Guards with masks and cloaks in styles closely resembling those found amongst his people. Which is why the Magna Guards Grievous have the capes. That's not a normal... Why you don't see the capes on other Magna Guards. Grievous's Magna Guards are special because they're adorned to match the vibe of his people.
I have special guards. Look with your special Magna Guard. My guards!
And it was also and it was through this same act that Dooku saw it as an act of vanity. But Grievous, however, would soon come to highly respect both Dooku and Sidious, considering them necessary political leadership.
Ugh.
Hard air quotes on necessary.
Ugh. Awful.
However, he would bear a immense hatred for the Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray.
You know what? Everybody hates Newt Gunray. Me and my homies hate Newt Gunray.
He tolerated him only because he was vital to the CIS's success. Specifically, he was repulsed by Gunray's arrogance and cowardice, and quietly enraged by Gunray's questioning of his own leadership, and his defiant tendency to treat Grievous as a typical mindless droid, even after Grievous's demonstrations to the contrary. Which may also explain a bit why Gunray is the first one who speaks out against Grievous when he tells them that that the Separatist Council is being sent to Mustafar. That makes a weird amount of sense now.
Yeah.
However,
I'm digging the idea, like, everybody hates Newt Gunray. They only keep him around because he's gotten money.
I mean, it's not that he has money, honestly. He's just good at getting people to give him money. Because the Trade Federation provide the Lucrehulk battleships. Because they are the ones who refitted the Lucrehulks to be basically army and fleet carriers, as well as blockade holders. Massive ass fucking freighters turned into warships.
I mean, that's kind of what happened.
That was exactly what happened.
If you don't have enough ships, you take freighters and or like luxury liners and like, yeah, we're gonna strap guns to this bitch.
Well, we finally reached the point that we talked about in our Clone Commandos video. Time to enter 0 hour. The Clone Wars have officially begun, baby.
Begun, the Clone Wars has. Come on, man. You fucking absolutely whiffed it. You had the opportunity and you didn't take it.
Who said I was aiming for the opportunity?
You should always be aiming for the opportunity. Always, it's the ABCs. Always be aiming for the opportunity.
We're just gonna move on from that one. Going to completely not acknowledge that one.
Sandbag, the way of the Jedi.
Speaking of Jedi, time for Grievous to get his first Jedi kill.
Yeah!
During the Battle of Geonosis, Grievous would be in charge of safeguarding the Separatist Council as they were led through the Geonosian catacombs. And specifically, he would encounter Jedi Master Ursemadu. Ursemadu? I want to say it's Ursemadu. I'm gonna
Urdimmadome.
Urdimmadome? Oh no, the dim Dimmadome.
Yeah, Ursemadu. That sucks. What a bad name. What a Star Wars ass name.
As well as cutting down entire companies of clone troopers, leaving none of them alive. Grievous took no prisoner in his bloody conquest, in his bloody defense against the Republic's attempt to capture the Separatist Council. However, Grievous would eventually have to escape. He would manage to make his escape from the planet, as many of the Separatist army did, aboard his starfighter, the Solus 1. Without being spotted on the ground, at least, we know, however, that his ship was in fact spotted taking off by clone commandos assigned to the infamous Delta Squad, shortly after their sniper Sev shot down Sun Fac's own starfighter during a engagement prior. The squad's technical expert Fixer had actually reported the craft and acknowledged that it wasn't Geonosian. obviously being that the Solus one was a Belbalab starfighter. And their clone advisor would later confirm the ship's sightings, but was unable to identify any information on the starfighter or its pilot. Grievous had managed to maintain his secrecy despite the mass amount of people who had spotted him. Following the battle, Grievous would actually be properly trained by Dooku in proper lightsaber combat.
Ah, the use of 4 of them. Proper lightsaber.
Grievous was taught in he had learned all 7 classic forms of Jedi lightsaber styles, including the rarely seen Makashi and Juyo. Grievous quickly surpassed all the other apprentices of Dooku in terms of individual combat. Despite his own prowess and the time and resources expended to create him, Dooku still viewed him as second to his Chiss General Severance Tan. It was only after Severance Tan's death, 1 month after Geonosis, that Grievous would truly become the top of the board.
Holy shit, I completely forgot Severance Tan was a thing. Like, she was a person.
Did you completely blow that one out?
Because I'm like, Severance Tan, Chiss, hold on, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely forgot about her. That's wild.
Yep, she was Dooku's original second in command, essentially. Actually, I believe that after Severance's death, I believe we talked about it, Severance's death led to him looking for Ventress. After Severance Tan died, he actually sought out Ventress.
Okay, is she a canon character?
No, Severance Tan is not canon. As a fact, she is only in one source of media. The Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds video game. Specifically, its expansion that added the Attack of the Clones content to it.
Okay.
Because she was featured in the Republic's and the CIS storyline, which were actually intertwining, believe it or not. Because the Republic side actually leads to her death. The CIS side leads up a little bit before. I think it leads just to the mission before that. Because Severance Tan was involved in the Decimator project.
That's why I recognize her name.
Because she was later slayed by the Jedi Master Ichu Shenjan. And she only got real service in the Confederacy for like 1 month after Geonosis. The entire story that goes on through Galactic Battlegrounds occurs over 1 month.
That's crazy.
That entire storyline is covered over 1 month after Geonosis.
You forgot about Severance Tan. That name sounded super familiar. I'm like, why did...
Severance Tan was actually really cool. Like, I actually liked Severance Tan as a character in that series.
Yeah, dope. She was dope. So the reason I asked if she was canon was because of the Thrawn book that we read.
Mm-hmm. You know, so she would not
I'm sitting there going like, that seems wild that he wouldn't have known Severance Tan was around.
Yeah, Severance Tan is not a canon character. She never got a official turnover into canon, and I don't think she will, especially given, like I mentioned before, the limited amount of lore for that character. True. She existed in one game.
Hey, Disney, real quick. You want to make a really cool girl boss character? You should bring Severance Tan back. Just saying.
Or at the very least, make one for, At the very least, make one for freaking make her like a new analog enemy for if we ever know anything about the Chiss getting involved in the stuff going on with Thrawn or whatever. We know the Chiss can have Force users. We know that's a thing.
Yep. It's frowned upon.
And in
They
canon,
don't like
they
it.
basically get relegated to being navigators until they're 14.
Yeah.
Where they're ultimately thrown aside and cast off because they can't use their power anymore. For some reason.
The Force is like a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it.
But they're using it all the time to navigate through hyperspace. It's even worse because they have the dumbest name for them. They literally just call them Skywalkers. It's awful.
I would have much rather preferred the 40K version just called them Navigators.
Like, Timothy Zahn, what were you doing, my guy? What were you doing?
Fucking it up, that's what he was doing. Whew.
That was a whiff. That was a whiff. You missed that one. One of the rare times that man misses. That's one of them. But now we get to the glorious introduction. Oh, and it's even better because we actually have. I think they actually have the. I think they actually have the remark. I think they actually have the audio clip from Grievous's introduction when he first speaks out to the Jedi on Hypori.
Oh.
Now we reach the point where Grievous makes his first public appearance. That being during the Battle of Hypori, 4 months after the Battle of Geonosis. Grievous led a massive detachment of battle droids to attack the Jedi on Hypori, and his tactics resulted in the obliteration of an entire Republic task force. The general cut down Jedi Master Dockman Barrick as he attempted to request reinforcements from the Jedi Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who were simultaneously fighting on Munilis with 6 other Jedi fighting it out against Grievous. Or in this case, as we know, fleeing from Grievous and his forces.
Yup.
The Jedi all actually having names. Tarsier, Shaggy.
Shut the fuck up.
Nope. That is. I will even share it.
Don't you dare. I swear to God, if it's Shaggy, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Don't you fucking dare.
Engage. Gremlin mode. Beep.
Ugh.
Gremlin mode.
Ugh. Awful. Awful. Does he have an image?
Mm-hmm.
No, don't do it. No, don't do it. I swear to God, if I see a green shirt and brown pants, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Well.
No! No! Why would you deny?
Blood said he was ready for the crunch. He wasn't ready, Chuck.
Oh! Does he have a Wookiee best friend named Scoobert?
No, he actually kind of just fucking gets got. He gets absolutely fucking gimped.
Oh, man, he got jobbed?
By Grievous in the first fucking seconds.
Oh, come on, man.
Like, this man rushes out in a mad dash outside of where they're hiding. And then Grievous literally ground pounds and Goomba stomps the motherfucker.
Oh.
He crushes that bastard into the dirt.
Jesus.
He fucking paced him. I'll even play the fucking dialogue. I'll play the little dialogue. Because they actually have it. I know you probably will. I know you do not have it. I mean, you do not have the link, but I will share you the I will share the link to the I'll share the link to the lore page. Just scroll down to the general revealed. We're in the section where it says general revealed.
Okay.
Because you know the fucking dialogue for it. You know the dialogue.
Wait, don't shut up. Go to the general revealed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then click the listen button. I will go ahead and play it for myself.
Jedi, you are surrounded. Your army is decimated. Make peace with the foes now. For this is your final outcome. But know that I, General Grievous, am not completely without mercy. I will grant you a warrior's death. Prepare.
Yup.
Yep.
Yup.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah.
God. Okay. I will say this for Canon Grievous. I liked his voice better.
You mean the one we got in the actual movie?
Yes.
That they just had Matthew Wood do over for the Clone Wars series?
Yep. I like that voice better.
Honestly, I'm kind of torn one way or the other. I don't mind this version, but I also don't mind regular Grievous. Now,
this Grievous is fine, but Canon Grievous has much more like he has more gravitas. I think it's because the voice is deeper, it makes me take him more serious.
Yeah. I don't know. I liked this one, but along with those two jobbers, the other Jedi who were stuck in with Grievous in this fight here were Jedi Knights Ayla Secura and Kakruk, as well as Jedi High Council members Kiadi Mundi and Shakti. It was all 6 of these Jedi retreated inside of an acclimator transport that had been destroyed and brought down onto the planet. They had retreated inside of the wreckage and sought sanctuary, having been completely surrounded by thousands of B2 super battle droids. Literally thousands of them surrounded this entire thing.
That's dope.
Had the entire thing encircled. It was a sea of battle droids for as far as the eye could see from that thing.
Now, when you say B2s, I'm assuming you mean the B2 super battle droid,
the super
right?
battle droid. The B2 super battle droid. It was an entire sea of super battle droids.
That's dope as shit.
Like, you could not breathe. You could not easily move through the formation Grievous packed around this thing. He left them no window to escape. And obviously, he provides the dialogue that we just heard as his announcement and final declaration before he himself moved in and started his advance.
Started his schmurda.
And it started when the Jedi Padawan who suspiciously looks and sounds like Shaggy.
Sounds like Shaggy?
Well, he doesn't sound like him, but the name.
Okay.
The name.
Okay.
No,
I
he
thought
does not.
like,
No, he does not.
Zoinks! And then he gets fucking cut down.
Well, it's more. Well, I mean, he doesn't even get cut down. So he is the first of the deaths.
Okay.
Padawan Shaggy ends up running out, screaming into the unprotected open. Grievous proceeds to jump out, pounce on him, and kill him in that same instant.
Yeah.
He fucking kills him with the impact.
That's rough, buddy.
The general then vanished after killing the Padawan, forcing all of the Jedi to encircle around inside the depths of the downed acclimator transport. Grievous had managed to perch himself on top of the transport, hanging from up above, surveying the 5 remaining Jedi. He proceeds to release his grip from the surface of the ceiling of the downed transport and drops down, engaging the Jedi, killing Jedi Padawan Tarsier and viciously wounding Jedi Knight Kakruk. He then proceeds to critically injure Aayla Secura, and while Kakruk was believed to have succumbed from his injuries, Kakruk would actually be among the 4 who get to escape. Because while Aayla Secura was among those who really didn't even get a chance to fight back, Shaak Ti makes an attempt, being that she is one of the 2 actual Jedi Masters in this engagement.
Yep.
She gets an attempt and proceeds to throw a bunch of... She throws a massive amount of rubble in an attempt to defend herself and the other Jedi, to which Grievous then decides, I'ma just Beyblade. I'm gonna turn into a fucking Beyblade and just rip through the entire amount of debris. It was in this same instant that Shaak Ti was quickly overwhelmed and quickly disposed of, throwing her body away into a mound of rubble and debris. Ki-Adi-Mundi, who had been previously disarmed in the initial engagement, he proceeds to attempt to grab his lightsaber, only for Grievous to trap the weapon beneath one of his claws. Grievous doesn't even use his other 2 appendages. He's fighting with his hands and feet at this point.
That's insane.
And instead of being able to grab his lightsaber from Grievous, Ki-Adi-Mundi manages to snag one of them off Grievous's waistband. The 2 proceed to engage in a very heated lightsaber duel. And during this same engagement, in the height of it, at pretty much the height of it, when Ki-Adi-Mundi is about to be cut low, in comes the infamous Munilist 10. The Advanced Recon Commando, or ARC Clone Trooper team, led by the infamous Captain Fordo. Arriving on their special clone gunship, which fucking best design of a clone gunship ever. I'm gonna share the fucking gunship because this thing is dope.
Let me see.
This thing, the best design.
I want to see it with my eyes. Yo, that thing's dope. Oh, that's so fucking cool. Yo, okay, so that reminds me of like the fucking World War II, like the P-51 Mustangs that had, or the
like
Junkers that
like
had the shark teeth on them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
The best part is that's Rancor face. That's Rancor jaw.
Of course it is. I can see it in the eyes.
You can see it on the fucking nose on the front.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that looks so fucking cool.
It's such a good design. It is the best design of any fucking clone gunship ever. Now, they arrive on the... Now, the Munilist 10 arrive, and Fordo leading the squad after just recently dealing with the incident on Munilist, by the way. They had deployed the ARC troopers from Munilist to Hypori in the span of hours. Ki-Adi-Mundi held Grievous off for a few hours.
That's crazy.
He had been holding off Grievous single-handedly for hours within the Acclimator.
That's insane. Ki-Adi-Mundi actually did shit. That's wild.
I mean, Ki-Adi-Mundi surprisingly is actually really fucking goated.
Yeah. If only he was that way in canon too.
He really doesn't get enough time to shine in canon, is the problem.
No.
In Legends, he is... Dude, there's a reason his clone squad, when Order 66 goes off, don't initially open fire. They were actually scared to open fire because they knew if they opened fire at that instant, they would have been cut down. That entire legion would have been wiped if they had opened fire initially.
Mm-hmm.
That is the entire region. That is the entire reason the Nova Corps don't initially light up Ki-Adi-Mundi when Order 66 is given. They wait until he's caught by the crossfire.
Dude, I wish we could have seen more Ki-Adi-Mundi.
It sucks, but yeah, he's one I wish they had given a little more screen time to. But again, he manages to hold off. He manages to hold off the droid general for hours before Fordo and the Munilist 10 arrive to basically chase Grievous off. These ARC troopers are able to chase Grievous off.
Hell yeah, dude.
When he just fucking faced off against seven Jedi. 2 of which were Jedi Masters on the Council. He's squaring off with High Council members, and it took these 10 clone troopers to no-diff this man. Now, to be fair, these were those special Nolarks that I mentioned in our Clone Commando video. These were basically the initial Clone Commandos. That's to their benefit. To their benefit, that is the entire reason why they had done that. The entire reason why they were able to do that. Like, they even have their gunship called in and start hailing Grievous with torrents of laser fire and missiles. All the while, Grievous is forced on the back foot because he can't fight these guys the same way Jedi can. Grievous is made to fight in aggressive fashion against Jedi, and he's made to fight... He's made to fight Jedi in a more controlled fashion, I guess.
Yeah.
He's able to no-diff most clone troopers, but when it came to these specialized ARC troopers, yeah, no, he was not winning that. He was forced on the back foot, especially when he had to deal with the fight beforehand and going through fighting 7 Jedi. They do eventually escape with the wounded bodies of Jedi Knight Sakura and Jedi Master Shakti, who are under recovery inside the gunship, with Ki-Adi-Mundi being the only conscious member to walk away from it. However, as I mentioned before, Kukruk actually does. Kukruk does not initially die from this engagement. Kukruk is actually one of the four survivors of that engagement, but he is initially presumed dead. I do want to save Kukruk though for when we inevitably start talking Legacy era.
Okay.
So we're not going to go into him now, but he is definitely somebody I want to give his own episode to, especially when we start talking Legacy era. But as another side note regarding Kukruk's fate, the first of the only one of the Jedi's lightsabers to have been snagged from that engagement was Kukruk's. Grievous was the last sight of Grievous during that battle was him taking Kukruk's lightsaber and adding it to his collection of trophies that he adorned around his waist.
Yep, fine edition.
He stepped out from under the gunship and made the taunt, "You have only prolonged the inevitable." Watching the gunship flee from Hypori with the wounded Jedi. Following this same battle, that Grievous was given a grueling monogram from Jedi Master Plo Koon, the Butcher of Hypori.
Butcher, what a good fucking name.
6 months after the Battle of Geonosis, Grievous led an assault on the outer rim planet of Nadimia, and his armies were able to secure a strong foothold on the world before a Republic detachment led by Luminara Unduli and Sasi Tin arrived to stop his advance. Grievous ordered the movements of the Separatists from a base far from the front, and though Tin and Republic fleet defeated his air support, Grievous made significant gains. Grievous sent his forward armies through a strategic canyon to attack the Republic's main army, where they were ambushed by clone troopers and Barriss Offee, Luminara Unduli's Jedi Padawan. Though the droids appeared to have defeated the clones, they were only pretending to be dead, and attacked the army from behind when it engaged Unduli's forces at the other end of the canyon. Grievous's forces were outmaneuvered and destroyed, leaving Grievous to abandon the battle in his personal starfighter. The Jedi Master Dar Tone and his apprentice attempted to stop Grievous, but Tone was wounded and his apprentice killed. Now, here's a real test of his fucking capabilities.
Oh, okay.
So, it was following the Battle of Nademia that, or Nadium? Okay. It was after that same battle that Grievous would be given a test from Count Dooku and be pitted against fellow Separatist commanders Asajj Ventress and Dirge.
Which one's Dirge?
That's the big fucking Gendai dude that Obi-Wan fights in the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars movie, where Grievous is introduced.
I don't remember.
Hang on. Dirge.
Okay, I remember that guy now.
Yep.
Yeah, that dude's dope.
Yeah. Ventress and Dirge were set aboard Count Dooku's Trenchant space station. After Dirge and Ventress had been lured onto the station, Grievous snuck up upon Dirge and, shocking him from behind with an electrostaff, throwing him across the room through various trophies there. When Ventress jumped onto a dragon hanging from the ceiling, attempting to find Grievous, he instead snuck up on her, knocking her off her perch with the blunt end of his staff. And although Dirge caught Ventress, Grievous soon confronted the pair face to face. The general threw Ventress into a glass case and was caught around the neck by one of Dirge's flails. Ventress then attacked Grievous from behind as he removed the flail, slashing at the cyborg with her paired lightsabers. Dirge contributed to the fight, punching Grievous and slamming him through a statue of Count Dooku. And as Dirge and Ventress advanced, Grievous activated 2 of his lightsabers, cutting into Dirge and beheading the bounty hunter. Grievous saber-locked with Ventress and was slammed into a containment case by the Dark Acolyte. Despite his injuries, however, Grievous grabbed Ventress in a chokehold, responding to her probes about his identity by stating that he was the future. With that, he knocks Grievous. He manages to knock Ventress out unconscious, and the cyborg general brought Ventress's inert body to a meeting with Dooku, questioning if he could jettison both bodies. Dooku refused the request and ordered them to be put in bacta tanks, stating that they had proven themselves and citing their loyalty. However, Grievous had successfully humiliated both separatist commanders, showing his worthiness as the holder of Supreme Commander of the droid armies. Think about that for a moment. He's out here fighting Ventress and Dirge, both of whom are capable of going up against big-name Jedi.
Yup.
He completely no-diffs both of them. Like, think about that for a moment.
Get absolutely rocked. That's so fun.
Grievous, by this point, had also earned a nickname through his skill at killing Jedi, which, through the Republic HoloNet News, dubbed him the Night Slayer.
Cringe.
Yeah.
Couldn't have had a better name.
Well, he is the one who slays the Jedi Knights.
Awful.
It's bad. Real bad. As Supreme Commander of the droid army, Grievous normally traveled with a cadre of IG-100 Magna Guards who wielded dangerous electrostaffs, made from lightsaber-resistant frick alloy. Grievous quickly became the face of the Confederacy and was feared by countless citizens loyal to the Republic. His role as Supreme Commander led to the Republic clone troopers nicknaming him the Head Clanker.
I like the idea of Head Clanker. It's so stupid.
Well, they call the droids clankers, so the leader of the droids might as well be the Head Clanker, right?
The Omega Clanker, dude.
Pushing in a little deeper on the lore, it's at this point we've reached the point where he is prominently introduced into the Clone Wars TV series proper. That being the Malevolence arc. As the war continued, Grievous took the Subjugator-class heavy cruiser Malevolence as his flagship. The warship possessed 2 ion cannons that were capable of disabling entire fleets, leaving them vulnerable to the Malevolence's turbolaser fire. Which, if you are not aware, the Subjugator has, and I will pull it up, the Subjugator heavy cruiser has a grand total of... The amount of fucking turbolasers on this thing is disgusting. 500 dual turbo lasers.
Yeah! I fucking love the
20
ones, dude.
twin heavy turbo laser batteries. 20 twin medium turbo laser batteries. 200 twin light turbo laser batteries. Flat guns, ion cannons, 400 point defense, twin light laser cannons, 10 proton torpedo launchers, and 2 heavy tracked beam emitters. This thing carries a complete armament of 500, 540, 740.
Oh, now you gotta do math. That's fucked.
$1,150 weapon batteries.
Hell yeah,
Not
dude.
counting the tractor beams, the ion cannons, and flat guns, as well as the 2 mega ion cannons that the ship is most infamously recognized for. 1,150 weapon batteries. Most of which consist of turbo lasers.
Yup. Gotta love Malevolence, dude. What a cool ship.
At some point, I would like to bring up a whole fucking video talking about fucking super dreadnoughts.
Dude.
I'd love to talk
Okay,
about
so you know how X4 has the Star Wars mod in it?
Yeah.
They don't have the Malevolence in it yet.
Nope.
I want them to add that so bad.
I mean, they don't even have the Executor, as far as I remember.
The which one?
The Executor, the Imperial Superstar Destroyer.
No, they don't have that yet either.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they do. They added that.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Scary.
Yeah. No, the thing's fucking massive.
I haven't actually played it recently, but I'm not caught up on all the DLC, so I have to fucking get that, and then I have to update that, so...
Yeah, you do. Dude, the whole reason I got the DLC was so I could play that mod.
Honestly, I'm half tempted. I think once I get that... I think when I buy my new graphics card next week, I'm probably gonna go and get that. I'm probably gonna pick up the DLC for that, or I'll wait until it
You
goes
might
on
as well.
sale.
I'll wait till it goes on sale.
We should be getting the... Give it what? Another 2 months, we should be getting the spring sale?
Spring sale, yeah.
That's usually end of March. Either end of March or start of April. About when we get that.
Roughly.
So, yeah, I'll probably just wait for that and pick it up then and update it.
God, what a good mod that is.
It's such a good mod. Now, it's after... Now, of course, we know the story of the Malevolence. It takes on the Republic fleet at the Abrogado system and manages to basically wipe out Jedi Master Plo Koon's 104th Siege Battalion. The 104th Attack Battalion ends up getting absolutely wiped by the Malevolence when it takes out Plo Koon's fleet.
Yup.
Which, for those who didn't know, is actually the reasoning behind why the 104th end up with a color redesign for when they get their new lineup of clones. Because for them, it was a refresh to their... It was basically a clean slate for the all of 3 survivors of that battle. There were 3 clones in that entire legion that survived that. How none of them ended up becoming ARC troopers blows my mind.
That's, yeah. They definitely should have. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah. Now, the Republic ultimately learns about this again through the survivors from the survivors, Plo Koon and his 3 remaining clones, after they managed to take out the droid Pod Hunter, which was basically a separatist boarding pod that they repurposed for grabbing and destroying shuttles. They were out there hunting escape pods so that the Republic could never learn about this secret weapon. However, because the plot demanded it, and this is a super weapon, we have to deal with it.
True.
So Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano come out to rescue Plo Koon and remaining clone troopers. It is through them that they are able to escape the entire escapade and report the existence of the Malevolence back to Republic High Command. Now, Grievous obviously is not too pleased about this, but he also does not give a shit because what can the Republic do to stop us? We're invincible. We have a super ship that absolutely no diffs our fleets. Hang on, my cat. Hang on, now my cats are being fucking assholes.
Yeah.
Go. Oh. They were just telling you to leave each other alone. I heard them in the other room. You leave each other alone, you don't got to deal with this. You decided you were going to come out of my room, where you have been hiding away since they came here. Hey. You fucking hiss at me.
Command grab the cat.
I'm worried. I'm afraid that I will lose my hand if I do. Meow meow. Come here. Come here. You just leave her alone. Stop that.
You lose. Sometimes you lose a few things chasing your dream.
Hey. Why don't you go growling at me? These two cats are going to make me. These cats are going to make me lose my mind. I swear it.
Up in here. Up in here.
My cat is now camping my mouse. I cannot get to it while she is like this. You fucking kidding me. Cat, seriously? Hey.
Eyes big and wide, staring at the mouse in your hand, like, do it, I dare you.
Oh no, I can't even get to my mouse. I literally try to reach for it. She will start, like, she'll start swatting at my hand.
She get chainmailed.
Wonder if we actually still have that fucking, like, the chain fucking washing glove that my dad had got. My dad got a fucking, like, chainmail glove for...
Hell yeah.
Being able to wash knives and stuff while he was on, like, blood thinners or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea if you're on blood thinners. Don't want to cut yourself and then bleed out.
Yeah, he had to fucking wear a knife had to wear the glove for a little while because otherwise he was gonna absolutely fucking bleed out all over the place.
Yeah, that's no good. However, having a cool chainmail glove, pretty dope.
Hang on.
Alright, we are hanging on, Chad. Things are happening. Who knows if they're good or not, but they are happening. Hopefully it's all good. But the world may never know. Excuse me. Oh, nope, didn't hear anything. Oh man. Chad, do you think he died? Chad, oh no.
I had to go and get my little brother to get his cat because that's the problem there is my little brother has been staying here for a while since what was it, Sunday?
Okay.
And
It's
he brought his
cat. That's the problem.
Yeah, one of his cats, but I guarantee you it's Milo Hellion that one of Milo Hellions that is also to blame. Because you're the antisocial one, aren't you, Meow Meow? Aren't ya? Come here.
Have you regained control of the mouse?
I do not know yet. Meow Meow. Hi. You want to come here? I'm trying to like get her to move away from the mouse.
She is about to, like General Grievous, beat you to death with her hands and feet.
I mean, she's got the claws to do it. She 100%. That cat, like, she is the one who draws blood when she fucking play fights.
Yup.
Like, the other ones just kind of like give me a good scratch. She draws blood. And I mean, like, full on, I'm bleeded pretty bad when I get got by her.
Yeah. Because she plays to win.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she fucking does. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Come here. I'm not playing this game forever, meow, meow. Come on. Come
You're
on.
playing it for as long as she wants to. She's the boss.
I know you are absolutely frazzled because you had to deal with the cat, but you had to deal with one of the unfamiliar cats. There's 2 of them that my brother has that he's keeping. And,
Oh, jeez.
so, yeah.
Right.
Cat is not budging.
Dissuade the cat from killing you by talking to it like it is a baby.
Trying. I'm very much trying. This is the weirdest derailment we've ever had. This is the most situational and weird development we've ever had.
Because normally if it's a derailment, we can just be like, okay, yeah, no, back on track. We're good to go. This is very, like...
This is like
we're
a hostage
ready to
situation.
go when the cat is.
It's like a hostage situation.
Yeah.
He's holding my mouse hostage.
She's holding the podcast hostage.
Meow meow. Baby. Here.
Put on a thick winter glove.
I don't think I have any in my house. I got like my work gloves in my fucking bed. I got my work gloves in my freaking bar, but I don't think that would I don't think that works.
I don't know how thick your work gloves.
I think she would absolutely tear through them.
No. And those aren't real work gloves.
Plus, I gotta actually clean them. I got some like fucking cleaner, I got some kind of like cleaner oil or whatever.
Oh, you got some juice on them, dude?
I got some like cleaner or something that got stuck in there because it actually managed to seep into my work apron as well.
Full of the juice, dude.
It's yeah, I gotta wash those. Hey, there we go. Progress.
Hooray!
She has moved her butt. Progress is had.
She has moved to attack position.
Well, she was in defense position.
Now she's in attack position.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference on a fucking Star Wars fucking podcast.
Yeah.
Anyway, back on the fucking track now. Now that the crisis is
now that the bomb has been defused.
The bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah.
Bad here.
Yeah, malevolent story occurs. Malevolent story occurring. Grievous is overconfident in the performance of this new super weapon and decides he's gonna go and try to hit the medical center near the Kaleesh Nebula. And he decides he's going to do so and allow that knowledge to be reached out to the Republic and still go through on it.
Oh, literally, stop me if you can type shit.
I guess.
I'm about to do something terrible. Stop me if you can, Batman. Fucking Riddler ass Grievous.
I don't think he openly broadcasts his hunt there. I think it's through Republic intelligence they find out about it. But again, it's the fact he managed to let Republic intelligence find out. So they managed to they decided they're going to go after the station, which requires them to, by the way, plot a complex hyperspace route around the nebula. Meanwhile, Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka, with a squadron of clone Y-Wing bombers, as well as Jedi Master Plo Koon flying in his Delta 7B, they decide that they're going to go through the nebula.
Oh.
Which is, by all accounts, quicker. But because Anakin is a fucking ace pilot, and he has the Jedi's other ace pilot acting as fighter escort, kind of a no-brainer how this one goes.
Yeah.
The Malevolence exits hyperspace after they leave the nebula, and then Skywalker Squadron is given the option to take out the Malevolence. They're given the option to take out Grievous, or they take out the super weapon itself.
Okay.
Because initially, the Y-Wing bombers were going to make a beeline over the superstructure of the ship and blow out the control bridge, killing Grievous and completely destroying the vessel. However, they had a very short window, and there were over 60,000 clone troopers that were being treated at the medical facility still. And they were in the middle of evacuations. They had to make a split-second call: disable the super weapon for good, or kill the droid general. Once again, for the sake of continuity and plot, we had to kill the super weapon. So the Malevolence is the ion cannon. The big mega ion cannons are destroyed after a wave of proton torpedoes from the remaining fighters of Anakin's squadron, who, by the way, were less than half power by that point. So even more of a risk to try to go for the command bridge.
But, you know, it's Anakin, so of course he's gonna do dumb shit.
But he decides that he will instead take out the mega ion cannons and completely destroys the charging relay on one side of the ship, causing the ship to go critical, blowing out the mega ion cannons after they fire, causing the ship to basically erupt in a series of cascading explosions and fires.
Yeah.
Completely disabling the ship, but not destroying it. The ship was in the process of fleeing the... Hey, go.
Return of the cat.
Yeah, the other cat decided he was going to show up.
Yup. It's time.
You know, they take out the ion weapon, and the ship is left basically trying to float away. Like, it's got engine power, but no hyperdrive. Its weapon systems are shot. It's fucked for Grievous's flagship, because now Kenobi and a fleet of Venators have arrived. 3 Venator Star Destroyers arrive and start ravaging the damaged flagship.
Grievous, watch out!
But Dooku comes in and contacts him, informing him that they have a trick up their sleeve. And that's the fact that Palpatine's playing both sides of this fucking war and tricks Padme Amidala into going out into a war zone.
Yep.
By making
As
her
Palpatine does.
making her believe that she's being sent on a relay mission, a relief mission or whatever. And so they take Padme hostage, or at least try to. They bring her ship onto the Malevolence, and Grievous decides he's going to try to take her and her droid captive. Her and 3PO manage to escape and try to blow up Grievous in a self-destruct of her ship. Which
happened.
Grievous manages to walk away from. Because he's a durable fucking bastard. He's already survived one ship exploding. What makes you think he's going to not survive another?
It's what he do.
What do you do? Of course, Anakin and Obi-Wan find out about this, and they proceed to board and try to rescue Amidala, while fully sabotaging the Malevolence's hyperdrive. Which, by the way, I will not go into a whole lot of detail on, because that will spark a whole fucking argument over the use of using hyperspace as a weapon or sabotage method by having the ship just hyperspace into something bigger.
So they're using it like a hyperspace. Hold on.
Because they sabotage the hyperdrive and lock the Navo computer into the nearby moon.
Ah, okay.
And the ship is then sent to... And when Grievous and the others... When Grievous chases the escaping intruders and his attempted... His escaped hostage, the general has found out that the Nava computer's been fucked, and so the ship is going to crash into the moon now.
Crashing now.
It's crash. And so the ship goes hyperspace right into a moon.
God. What that, ooh. Just jobbing all around, dude.
Yep. That of course ends the Malevolent story. But Grievous had a bit of a hand in another escapade. That being the Trade Federation's attempt to take over the Wookiee planet of Kashyyyk. 18 months after the Battle of Geonosis, Grievous was involved in an attempt to get the Wookiees of Kashyyyk on the Separatist side, while Newt Gunray hoped to appeal to the lack of defenses on the planet as a reason to join them. Grievous had been growing tired of the negotiations going so slowly, and ordered for droids to be deployed on the planet, making a surprise attack and hoping for a hostile takeover. Grievous's plans backfired when his droids were discovered and destroyed by the Wookiee guards, but not before killing the king's son, Rikumi?
Raccoon?
Hang on.
Raccoon headbutt?
Shut up. I have Dragon Ball on the brain because my fucking Dragon Ball game is tonight, you bastard.
Nobody beats the power of Raccoon. I would say that's Rikume.
Rikume? You think it's Rikume?
It's Rikumi.
Rikume. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because it's two E's, not I and E. Not E and I, or just one E.
Yeah.
Which is a weird name for a Wookiee, by the way.
fucking Kingdom Hearts over here. Riku is me.
Shut up.
He's literally me.
Shut up. But yeah, a whole involvement here caused the Wookiees to actually stand against the Separatists and join the Republic instead. Wild how that works out.
Imagine jobbing so hard that the Wookiees are like, nah, fuck you, dude. If the Wookiees joined the Separatists, the war would have ended very differently.
Oh, very much. Also, would have been way more justified that they were being enslaved.
Yes.
When Palpatine took over with the Empire.
Holy shit, dude.
Would have made that.
Way to fuck up so hard you lose the war single-handedly.
As the war progressed, Grievous led Separatist forces to fight on the planet Anoth and battle on the planet Bakura, engaging Jedi Knights Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi both times. The general also had his battle on Ord Mantell raise an entire civilian township to divert Republic troops and allow him to escape. Grievous eventually captured crucial hyperlane routes running to Bespin, Kessel, and Mon Calamari, totaling 6 Separatist victories that month.
That's pretty good. Too bad you lost the important one.
The capture of the lanes jeopardized the supplies of Tabana gas and Kessel spice, leading to civilian suffering, and also prevented the Mon Calamari from engaging in an ages-old ritual. Don't know what that's about. Have absolutely no idea what that is about.
Is the age-old ritual where they
genuinely do not know, dude.
They fucking stomp on the squid guys?
No, I think that happens before.
That's why it's an age-old ritual, dude.
I don't know why they do it, but I know why they put it in like that, but it's just but next comes the Battle of Bothawi. Now, Grievous had planned to capture Bothawi, the strategic world of the Bothans, that was critical to Republic intelligence. When the Jedi Council learned of the General's plan, Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka were dispatched with a newly christened fleet of Venator Star Destroyers to stop the cyborg. Now, Grievous had cut the Jedi out of their hyperlanes and engaged the Jedi 3 times in open space before Skywalker and his fleet escaped and took a direct course to Bothawi. During this engagement, a very interesting occurrence occurred, but before that, Grievous halted his pursuit of Skywalker's fleet to coordinate attacks on Republic forces on separate fronts. Picking up 2 more Munificent-class star frigates, he was able to overwhelm a Republic battle group at Falleen. With the added aid of Count Dooku and Ventress themselves, Grievous was able to capture Falleen and headed towards Bothawi. Armed with a fleet of 6 Munificent frigates, he arrived out of hyperspace and, lying in wait for him, while Anakin Skywalker, deployed with a squadron of V-19 Torrent starfighters, was a squad of Republic AT-TE walkers that had been deployed on the asteroids prior to Grievous's arrival.
What?
They landed clone walkers because the AT-TE is fully, all-terrain. You can walk that bitch across any surface, and it's vacuum sealed.
That's insane.
The AT-TE is completely pressurized. Which means Anakin deployed these things in mass number, by the way, all along the asteroid belt, waiting for Grievous to advance through the asteroid belt, and then proceeded to have the walkers open fire from the rear.
That's actually a really cool plan.
He used the clone walkers to fire on the ships from the rear while his fighters distracted him and his fleet was left seemingly undefended.
Now, I know you said it's vacuum sealed, right?
Yep.
What about the dude on the gun?
Spacesuit.
They
gave him fucking, like,
all
space
your
trooper.
buddies
They
are
gave him
inside,
fucking, like,
nice and
they
safe,
gave him
and you're
space
hanging
trooper.
onto
Well,
a
I mean,
gun in a spacesuit.
Well, I mean, he's not even really in a full spacesuit. Like, they just gave him, like, the clone pilot's, atmospheric, survival pack. They gave him the fucking oxygen tank thing.
That's so dumb.
It's amazing.
Oh, fuck. All your buddies inside just being like, yeah, you got this, dude. Meanwhile, you're out there just harnessed into a seat in the void of space. Just be like, man, I hope fighters don't find me.
Well, that was what Anakin's role was. He was distracting the fighters.
Oh my god.
Anakin and his squadrons were distracting the fighters and baiting Grievous in. Because they hid them on the other side. They had the walkers wait on the other side of the asteroid until they would eventually arrive.
I don't want to be the clone trooper on the seat. That's all I'm saying.
Honestly, same. Honestly, same.
I do not want to be the dude who's just like, yeah, this is fine.
Now imagine being poor Captain Rex, who is sitting outside the walker with the dude on the seat.
Well, Captain Rex lives for
built
that
different.
shit.
He's built different.
Yeah, he's a monster.
He's a fucking unit.
Dude would be the guy to actually fist fight battle droids and win.
Which I'm pretty sure he does, actually.
As opposed to that one one
dude.
fucking clone in the background where he punches the droid and hurts his hand and then gets shot.
Yep. I'm pretty sure... Actually, yeah, no. He did that with a broken arm.
What the yeah, no, built different, dude.
He did that after sustaining not only an injury to his arm, but also after getting shot in the chest with a sniper rifle.
Jesus.
He did that to commando droids, by the way, which are supremely more durable than a standard B1.
Yes. That man is a monster.
Absolute fucking unit.
Jesus.
Captain Rex built fucking different.
Built correctly.
Built supremely.
Built like he was made for it, dude.
But yeah, no. Given the fact that Grievous had basically lost his fleet and the battle itself, Grievous goes and tries to flee aboard his starfighter. Anakin, having spotted him, proceeds to pursue. However, Skywalker's fighter was damaged by a basically string of flying debris. And Skywalker
fucking Ace's pod racing gets hit by space rock.
Not even space rock. Scrap of metal cut into his starfighter and caused it to explode in mid-chase, knocking Anakin himself unconscious and injuring him, and leaving his astromech R2 lost to the void.
Anakin is now put in the category of did you even try?
Well, I mean, Anakin is Vader, so...
Yeah, no, except that they're definitely different. Vader is a badass. Anakin's a smartass. There's a difference.
Now, Grievous had learned about the whole exchange of... Grievous had decided that he was going to try to salvage anything he could from the battle. And in doing so, he enlisted the aid of... He had reached out to... or got contacted by a Trandoshan scavenger named Ganacht.
Not a Gnoblin?
Not a Gnome. But because this Trandoshan scavenger had managed to acquire the astromech R2-D2 from the remnants of the battlefield.
Ah, stolen.
Yep, and Grievous agreed to buy the droid from Ganacht, but threatened Ganacht when he attempted to raise the arranged price for the droid. Because
the deal, pray do not alter it further.
Because R2 at this point was not... R2 does not go through memory wipes, if you were not aware. And so guess what he's got sitting on his brain?
Everything.
The entire Republic war catalog.
The whole thing, dude.
The entire Grand Army of the Republic's war catalog and political scheme logged into his brain. Now, ultimately, Anakin was made to call off his chase, but Grievous had decided that he was going to keep fucking with Skywalker a little longer. So he enlists his own astromech droid, an R3 model known as R3S6, to basically act as a spy for Grievous, disguised as Anakin's new astromech droid. This particular R3 model was purposefully hindering every activity Skywalker went on, including, but not limited to, activating Anakin's homing beacon on his starfighter while he was on a scout mission, and causing Grievous to arrive with 2 frigates and squads of vulture droids. He would also go about hindering their plans in basically trying to buy time for battle droids to get to them when Anakin and Ahsoka were made to go after the Separatist listening post around one of the moons of Rusan, a spy station known as Skytop Station, which was basically a floating orbital listening platform that hid itself inside one of the gas giant moons of Rusan.
I mean, better than Skywalker Station.
Now, Ganacht had already arrived prior to this and had begun offloading all of the memory from R2-D2. Ganacht had brought the droid to Grievous, and when he realized that what he had managed to grab was so valuable, he realized, yo, I want more for this thing. This thing's worth so much more than what the fuck you were offering. Hell, I bet I could resell this to the Republic for like 4 times what you wanted.
Yeah.
To which Grievous decides, like, yeah, you're probably right. Die.
Yeah. You are absolutely right. Here's my counter offer.
Counter offer, you got stupid.
Counter offer, get stabbed, idiot. Oh,
get
man.
fucking impaled, jackass.
Jesus Christ, get absolutely fucking bodied.
Now, R3 had returned to Grievous during the engagement aboard the station, and R2 was being escorted off by Grievous's Magna Guards.
Yep, gotta be under lock and key.
Anakin was able to body the Magna Guards and retrieve R2, while R3's identity as a spy was completely revealed to the entire group after he reactivated a entire hangar full of vulture droids and battle droids.
Not even subtle about it, dude.
And
terrible spy.
Well, I mean, by that point, he doesn't need to be a spy anymore because Anakin has R2 now. So his job as a spy is fucked. He's not Anakin's droid anymore, so
no, but he still could have been a Republic droid.
Yeah, but we're also talking about Filoni's storytelling, so...
Yeah, awful. Just bad.
Filoni's level of pacing, and I want to add, This whole arc was bad. I don't care for this arc. Animation, choreography on fights, everything in this was bad. You want a whole story about R2 getting kidnapped by fucking droids? This ain't it.
Dude, he fucked up the choreography? That's like the biggest thing for Star Wars.
It was not a lot of interesting fights. Not a lot of interesting fights in this one.
No T3M4 fights?
No.
Where he gets absolutely annihilated.
I mean...
oh my boy, I made myself sad.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And that was entirely your fault, too. That was entirely your fault because you brought it up.
T3, no! That book doesn't exist in my mind. It's a non-canon book. That is someone's fan fiction.
It is non-canon. It's legend.
It's someone's fan fiction.
Jake, it is non-canon. It's legends.
Well, yeah, but
No, by
none of
Disney
the Old
standards-
Republic is canon.
By Disney standards, it is 100% a fanfic. But then again,
What I'm saying
any
is that
fucking
even in
story
Legends,
any fucking story written on a book or comic might as well be fanfic for Disney. That they eventually just steal the idea of and completely gut and redo it.
yeah.
Fuck you, Flory.
What an absolute asshole.
To try to fucking say he's remaining true to the product. Fuck you. You completely butchered Ahsoka's origin story, you fucker. Ironically, he didn't make Dooku's any worse. He made Ahsoka's fucking awful.
Oh.
We'll actually give him the consolation for the Tales of the Empire stuff. That's his one consolation in regards to some of the newer stuff he's done. That and
Yeah.
Bad Batch was also pretty solid.
I was about to say, I heard Bad Batch is good.
Bad Batch was really solid, and the season 7 for Clone Wars was also really good. The final season for Clone Wars ended fucking phenomenally. How dare he leave us with all that heartbreak?
As he do.
Dude, it's rough to go back and even watch that. It's how well he did it. Like, normally I never had a whole lot of, like, feelings and attachment towards, like, the events of Order 66 and everything. But god damn, dude. It's rough going back and watching the final season.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
The Grievous ultimately escapes the space station, and as well as Anakin, Ahsoka, and the clones all escape. R3 and R2 have a droid battle on the control tower for the entire station. And R3 is absolutely got and then exploded.
Yup.
R2 absolutely fucking owns that droid.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's no fucking way R2 would have let that slide. You're giving droids a bad name, Parrish.
He was unfortunately unable to attain another stolen Jedi lightsaber, and was also unfortunately unable to retain any of his pride and dignity for the failure at that battle, which he soon makes up for in the next battle that he gets into. At some point during the war, Sidious gave Grievous a set of Republic code keys, giving the Confederate Navy the opportunity to take control of the planet Jan Fothel in the Thoth system. Grievous also launched an assault on the planet Kothless, a fact which the Republic managed to learn. The Republic sent a fleet to confront Grievous and was able to drive him away. But during a battle at Nexus or Tai against Republic forces, Grievous arrived with a fleet of munificent frigates, was a single Providence-class carrier-destroyer to reinforce the Separatist fleet over the planet, forcing the Republic out of the system. So, he kind of goes back and forth after the failure at Skytop.
That's fair.
For every multitude of victories, he suffers a crushing defeat. I think for him, that's a pretty good balance. Stack up a whole bunch of wins only to lose big ones.
Yep.
Because they're all fucking plot-oriented ones. And the plot demands you lose. Hey. The cats are back at it again.
Uh-oh. It's happening. Have to commit. Oh. We have to command grab your cat and your brother's cat. Command grab them both. Give them the 720.
Hit him with
fucking
the 380.
Borscht Dynamite, dude.
Hit him with the 380.
Borscht Dynamite. You can do it. I believe in you.
Woe be upon thee. Woe 500 kilogram upon thee. That's right. Here we go. Now we get to a point where Grievous is starting to make more big plays. So it's at this point Grievous has dispatched a whole group of commando droids to the Republic's Rishi Moon base. A listening outpost where the Republic uses basically as their front line to the planet of Camino.
Ah. That's an important one.
During this engagement that the clones of the clone troopers of Domino Squad are set upon by these commando droids who managed to completely overwhelm the Republic squad there. During this same engagement, Grievous is able to see the droid sees the station, and the clone commander and clone captain Cody and Rex arrive on the planet, and they find out what's really going on. And with the aid of the remaining 3 clone troopers, who, by the way, at this point are still clone cadets, or more accurately, shinies, as Rex refers to them.
Shiny.
Because their armor is shiny and new. These were the clone troopers who had just been sent from Camino to the front, essentially. Grievous is unfortunately unable to retain the station after one of the new clone recruits manages to blow up the entire station using a source of Tabana, and thus eliminating the all-clear signal that the station was made to broadcast. So the Republic fleet is able to learn of this, and the 2 remaining clone recruits are not only rewarded and heralded for their efforts, but also earn their own place among the 501st.
I think that was one of the few episodes I saw.
Dude, that whole storyline with those clones, phenomenal. That is one of the best. The clone storylines in Clone Wars are the best parts of that fucking series, in my opinion.
That was the same one with the commando droids that
Yeah.
took the helmets. Yeah. And the only reason they got suspicious is because one of the droids said Roger, Roger. And like,
they said Roger,
that
Roger,
seems
like,
weird.
I don't really hear clones doing that. And then suddenly emergency flare. That's the emergency attack that's the emergency attack flare. Bang! Fucking Rex, once again, absolute fucking unit.
Just getting these dudes.
However, for Grievous's attack on the clone home world, the Republic fleet the Galactic Senate actually issues a dead or alive warrant on the droid general. Following the entire attempt on the Rishi Moon attack, the Galactic Senate issues a dead or alive warrant on General Grievous. They put a fucking bounty on Grievous.
You have to, dude.
Now, Grievous had
actually... I haven't done that earlier. Holy shit.
As I mentioned before, Grievous has his own little lair that he's established over the course of the war.
Yes.
His castle, essentially, being on the third moon of the planet Vasic, where he housed his pet, a Rogwart monster named Gore.
A wart monster?
Rogwart.
Like an elite? Whoa.
It does sound like that when you think about it.
That's the worst part.
No, this thing is definitely not that.
Shame.
That's Gore.
Okay, so it is... If a xenomorph and a 40k orc were put together. I don't like it.
Yeah, but you also have to make that thing the size of a Rancor.
That's awful. Why not just have a Rancor?
Because we gotta be different. Only the Hutts get Rancors, Jake.
That's dumb.
Only the criminals...
Everybody should get a Rancor.
Only the criminals use Rancors.
Oh, come on. Be like Oprah. You get a Rancor. You get a Rancor. Everybody gets a Rancor.
But on top of... But this was... Being that Grievous would be hiding away on here, the Republic actually arrives to, at first, confront the Trade Federation Viceroy, who had previously escaped the clutches of Republic security under the watch of Ahsoka Tano and Jedi Master Luminara Unduli, with the aid of a traitor Republic Guard captain and Asajj Ventress. Gunray escaped to a planet somewhere, but the tracker was sussed out and was left there for the Republic to discover, only for them to not find Gunray, but a hologram of the Neomoidian.
Dude,
Jedi Master Kit Fisto and his newly promoted Padawan, Nadar Veb, a Mon Calamari Jedi Knight, along with a squad of clone troopers, arrive to confront Gunray, but later learn that they are in the lair of General Grievous. And they have the element of surprise, because guess who's not at home right now?
Just imagine them sending a video. Yo, we showed up to your crib. Where you at, pussy?
I mean, that's
he
more
shows
or less
up and
the
then they run
cryptic
away.
version. That's more or less the cryptic version of what Dooku tells him. Because Dooku calls him after talking to Kit Fisto and Nadar Veb, and telling him, like, yeah, I've got a game in order, and you guys are going to be part of it. So, have fun. He then calls Grievous up, and he's like, look, you've been kind of slacking as of late. Sidious isn't happy. So, I need you to really step up. And Grievous is just like, you keep giving me fucking useless battle droids to fight these superior foes with. How the fuck do you want me to succeed?
Do it. Forehead.
Grievous cuts the transmission and then proceeds to arrive at his castle, with his pet locked away, his droid shut off and hidden away, and his defenses completely offline. All the while, he is then set upon by the Jedi and the clones, and proceeds to engage them in combat. At first, being actually overwhelmed. He loses his legs and proceeds to actually retreat into a secluded corner of his castle, where his basically medical bed is for his cybernetic replacements when he loses arms and stuff. He reactivates his bodyguards.
It's where he keeps his backup arms.
He reactivates his bodyguards and sets about activating traps and everything for all the Jedi and the clones. Thus begins this little game of welcome to my home, prepare to die, where he basically kills everybody but Kit Fisto. Actually, he is actually successful at killing everybody but Fisto.
That's pretty good.
So he is able to kill Nadar, which, by the way, he had become a Jedi Knight by this point, as well as a whole squad of clone troopers. But Kit Fisto was able to pretty much eluded him most of the time. He really only fights Grievous twice. And that's when Grievous first arrives and when Fisto's about to peace out. So, Grievous never actually really gets the win on Fisto. He just kind of, doesn't get to beat him.
It's one of those... You didn't win.
I mean, he really didn't. Kit Fisto basically on his own by that... Well, I will say this. Kit Fisto is probably one of the few individuals who could fight Grievous one-on-one. But that's specifically because of the way Grievous fights and the fighting style that Kit Fisto masters in. Because Kit Fisto is a master of Form 1 combat, which masters in fighting multiple combatants at once.
Mm-hmm.
Grievous is basically the equivalent of fighting multiple combatants at once, with having 4 lightsabers. So it's easier for someone like Kit Fisto to fight him off, rather than being the unfortunate end of a screaming old man. Which is why he gets absolutely no-diffed by Palpatine.
Fair.
Because Kit Fisto is not a master of fighting one-on-one. He is very much he is more the fucking army breaker when it comes to his fighting style. He fights the fucking horde.
For the whole.
But yeah, no. Grievous's pet Gore is killed. His droids are damaged, and his lair left pretty much a mess by the Jedi. Only able to kill Nadar Veb and unable to actually get his kill on Fisto. Grievous, however, does not stop here, because while Grievous had left Dooku disappointed, he does eventually take the loss against Fisto and goes on the offensive again. Once more later in the war, he leads an assault on the planet Felucia, where the Separatists were initially able to defeat the Jedi-led Republic forces there through sheer numbers, forcing the Republic to pull out from the world. Okay. Grievous also took Separatist forces to attack the planet Doran, the home home to the Republic allied Keldor.
So I say the Separatists are good at one thing, and that is outnumbering your enemy.
In order to distract the Jedi from raiding Geonosis, where several secret Separatist droid foundries were in operation. Because another thing they were unaware of by this point was they were in the the CIS were rebuilding their droid foundries on Geonosis.
Good old Geonosis.
Because bug zombies.
Yeah, I hate Geonosis, dude.
Geonosis is awful. It's not a place I ever want to go. While the general was taking pleasure in decimating the Republic filth from his command ship, he had been notified of an incoming top-level transmission from Asajj Ventress. Grievous initially refused to take the transmission, but agreed to receive it when his medical droid stated that the Dark Acolyte could be reporting information from Dooku. He conferred with Ventress, who verbally toyed with him before eventually informing Grievous that a large Republic fleet under the command of Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano had left Coruscant to reinforce Doran. Grievous was confident in his abilities to defeat the Jedi, though Ventress mockingly expressed her beliefs for the contrary. He recalled his forces and prepared his fighter in preparation for Skywalker's arrival, but was ultimately unable to defeat the Jedi. Though the Republic was desperate to capture Grievous, they were unable to predict where he would strike next. In one battle, the General's Separatist destroyer attacked a Venator Star Destroyer commanded by the Jedi Master Eth Koth. Koth ordered his clones to abandon ship, and while he stayed on board to confront Grievous, Grievous had arrived on the bridge of the Star Destroyer and started plowing through the legions of clones, and eventually had commando droids and Magna Guards engage Eth Koth and the clones in combat. However, Grievous was supremely able to overwhelm the Jedi Master and basically kept him as a trophy and as an example that he later broadcasted as an example, openly torturing Jedi Master Koth to the Jedi Temple. In his message, he proudly proclaimed that he had defeated Jedi Master Koth and swore that he lived to kill the Jedi as he sadistically tortured the Jedi Master, promising that his death would be slow, much to the horror of the Jedi watching. However, the impeccable remaining eye of Plo Koon's clone commander, Commander Wolf, had picked up on a supposed secret message that was hidden in the transmission. While being tortured, Eth Koth had managed to relay a hand signal message to the Jedi that he was in the Seleucami system. It was at that point that Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Adi Gallia had planned a mission to free Koth and defeat Grievous, attempting to try to capture or kill Grievous over the planet of Seleucami. During the battle, Grievous was in fact baited into boarding Kenobi's flagship, and they were able to, for a time, distract him, and were able to save Jedi Master Koth. However, Grievous was once again one step ahead of the curve, and before he was overwhelmed, he decides, yeah, no, we're getting out of here. The Republic ships opened fire on his Recusant Light Destroyer, and during that whole escapade, the transport that Grievous had boarded had crashed down to the planet below. the Republic chase him to the planet, and during the same chase, Grievous had commando droids and remnant soldiers who had managed to still maintain operational form, hinder and disable Republic search parties.
Okay.
Grievous had tried to reach the last working escape pod with a transmitter beacon in order to call for an escape craft. During the same instance occurs the same aforementioned moment where a pair of commando droids who had been lying in wait to attack the Republic search parties manages to lay a clean sniper bolt right into Captain Rex's chest, knocking him off his speeder bike and sending him flying and tumbling back several feet.
Yeah, but it's Rex though, so like that's like a getting hit with a little kid's a wet napkin from a little kid's birthday party.
Yeah, the same attack had left the captain disabled, but barely missed his heart. The shot managed to barely miss his heart, had it only been a few centimeters to the left.
Crazy.
Rex was able to hide away in a nearby farmstead, where he also encountered a rare occurrence. But that whole story I'll save for if we ever actually give Rex his own episode.
Which we know we will.
We probably will.
Don't say probably. You know we're going to.
I know we're going
don't try and gaslight the community and be like, well, maybe. We're gonna. He's too cool to not talk about.
He is, in fact, too cool. Ultimately, though, Grievous is met by Obi-Wan's forces who were actively pursuing him. And Kenobi is unable to capture Grievous once again, as Grievous escapes aboard a separatist shuttlecraft that arrives to carry the general away to safety.
Every time Grievous escapes, all I can imagine is him doing the woo 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 when he runs.
It's not entirely far off from what I imagine. I've made jokes about that before. I think in the 2017 Battlefront 2, I actively made jokes about that. I'd make fucking Zoidberg jokes anytime I was playing Grievous and I did his fucking like his little scuttle around move. I'd be like, I'm going for a scuttle.
The worst part is that
because it works perfectly, because there's enough time to say the timing for the attack move that he does there. You have enough time in between to actually like have Grievous flip over as he says it, and
that's just so dumb.
As he's running around.
Oh, that's so dumb. I love it.
It's so good.
That's fantastic.
But it was time for Grievous to try to redeem himself for the failed attempt on the Rishi moon base. Now it's time to go for Kamino proper.
Ah.
So Grievous, along with Asajj Ventress, proceed to initiate a siege plan to attack the clone homeworld of Kamino, mainly targeting the capital city of Tipoca. The pretty much only major Kaminoan city on the planet, as far as I'm aware, at least. Tipoca City was like the only actual facility on the whole planet.
Dude,
where
I'm
the
not gonna
Kaminoans
lie.
were set up.
I always thought, like, I didn't always think, but I would always refer to it as Tapioca City. Like, yes, I'm heading to Tapioca City.
Yeah. But it was unfortunately their surprise attack was simultaneously thwarted, but allowed to go through because they initially caught wind of their surprise attack plan in a transmission between Grievous and Ventress. Anakin and Obi-Wan arrived to basically hold off the Separatist fleet. However, the fleet that came in was merely a distraction, because the debris from the fleet was being used to produce droids deep under the water. All the debris that was falling down from orbit was being used by droids that had smuggled themselves onto the planet prior, deep under the ocean, to produce more droids. More droids and landing craft.
Nice. More dudes.
Eventually, the underwater siege party reveals themselves and starts actually initiating the attack on the city proper. Massive armies of aqua droids, B1s, B2s, and commando droids, along with the big fucking squid, the big fucking
squid droids.
Yeah,
those things are so dumb. I love them so much.
Yeah, whole fucking armies, whole fucking squads of them start popping up and acting as boarding vessels for the aqua droids and battle droids.
I like the idea that they have like droids for specific environments like that. But how often do you have to have an aqua droid?
I doubt it. Doubt too often. I assume it's
so.
Only for
why would you make a specific one?
I mean, I imagine it's specifically for aquatic worlds, because there are a fair few aquatic worlds that are worth making them. Because I mean, why would you have aqua troopers?
True. I think the worst ones are shore troopers.
I mean, the shore troopers were just a fucking those were for tropical worlds specifically. They were 100% operate as a regional trooper for tropical worlds.
Yeah, just make them regular troopers. They don't have to have a fancy name because they get to live on a beach.
Their armor is dope, though.
It is dope. Their armor is really cool, but like, dog, that's a waste of resources.
Unnecessary. Cool, but unnecessary, as most things are. Ultimately, Grievous's plan is thwarted, and it's during this same escapade that Grievous is again thwarted by not only Obi-Wan and Kenobi, but Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, who managed to keep Ventress from stealing the Jango Fett clone genome, and managed to keep Grievous from destroying the facility itself.
You would think that Kamino would be just as well guarded as Coruscant itself, considering that's where all of their military comes from.
Yeah, it's crazy that both of those planets suffered major sieges.
Yeah, it's crazy. Go for Papa Palpatine. Fucking, it's so bad.
So good. It's so good.
I play both sides, so that way I always come out on top. Fucking jobber. God damn it. Oh, man. Palpatine sucks such shit. We love him, though. Only because we have to. It's Imperial law. We have to love him. Uh-oh. Did the cat finally win? Oh no, the cat won. Chat, watch out, the cat won.
We're having a part 3 out here. The most disruptive fucking... This is definitely our most disruptive podcast we've ever had.
True. Cat wants attention.
No, the cat
Give
wants...
the cat attention.
No, the cats are fucking trying to assert dominance out here.
Oh, T-pose on him. Show him who's boss.
What are we on? So, again, Grievous's plans are thwarted and the Camino Siege fails. Following this, Grievous sends a unit of disguised basically droids disguised as sanitary units to act as units for sabotage. They were basically bombs.
Ah. Well, I mean, why not? Oh, what? I think I remember that one too. They're on the transport ship.
No, this one's like they hit Coruscant itself.
Oh.
Because they hit the power grid at Coruscant.
Oh, I'm thinking of the ones where they were on a transport ship and the droids were like disguised as like crates or something, but they were actually hostile droids.
They're hiding in crates.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
I remember there was crates and I remember there was droids.
Yep. Yeah, that was that one's a totally different story. We then get to a point where honestly, this is probably the worst L Grievous could have ever suffered.
That's big words.
So, later on in the war, Count Dooku and his agent, Minister Richelieu, managed to bring Boss Leone under their control alongside the Gungan Grand Army.
They took control of the Gungan Grand Army?
Yep.
The French Grand Armée?
Grievous soon arrived with his troops to attack Naboo with the Gungans in support. After his landing craft arrived on Naboo, the Naboo representative Jar Jar Binks, posing as Boss Leone, along with Gungan General Roose Tarbles, went to distract Grievous from launching his attack. At first, Jar Jar was able to do this, but Grievous eventually saw through the trick and attempted to kill him. When the general chased Jar Jar out of the ship, Grievous saw that his entire army had been deactivated, and that the army of Gungans was waiting for him.
Yep, because Jar Jar has the biggest lucky streak I've seen from anything ever in my entire life.
Grievous refused the Gungans' offer of surrender, pulled out 2 lightsabers, fought off the Gungans, easily killing several of them, and when he managed to get a hold of General Tarbles, the general fatally injured the aged Gungan by stabbing him in the chest. However, unfortunately for Grievous, Tarbles had one last play. With the last of his strength, he managed to shock Grievous into submission, enabling his capture. At first, this was a success, but Dooku, at the behest of Darth Sidious, had trapped Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker and contacted Senator Amidala to make a prisoner exchange. Thus, Amidala gave Grievous up for Skywalker, and Grievous, restrained by Gungan technology, was freed. Grievous and his forces left Naboo, and war continued with him still in charge of the droid army. The biggest L the man could have suffered.
Imagine losing to a Gungan. Couldn't be me. I say, as I know very well that while I was playing the Hunt game mode in Star Wars Battlefront,
Front.
I absolutely got fucking decimated by Gungans every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Shortly following the events on Naboo, Grievous would attack not only the flagship of Jedi Master Adi Gallia, managing to board her Star Destroyer and take her prisoner. He would also encounter a pirate warship and would try to use it as target practice when Jedi Master Plo Koon arrived, rescuing Master Gallia and forcing Grievous to escape with the loss of his flagship. Though Grievous suffered
just stacking up L's right now.
Though Grievous has been suffering L after L after L right now, it's high time he gets him a massive dub. Because it's also time to go witch hunting.
Yeah!
Grievous
Those witches don't know what's gonna hit them.
Grievous had been ordered by Count Dooku to wipe Ventress, Mother Talzin, and her fellow Night Sisters out of Dathomir. Grievous took command of a massive separatist fleet and landed his forces on Dathomir. Commanding his forces from inside one of his landing ships, the droids encountered fierce resistance on the Eastern Front, whereupon Grievous had employed the use of a defoliator tank, a form of special artillery that the Separatists were utilizing that had been tested earlier in the war by the Neomoidian Lot Durd, who was actually voiced by George Takei.
Nice.
The Neomoidian weapons
For a second,
researcher.
I thought you were about to say it was Lockheed Martin. I was like, that's insane.
I'm pretty sure that's where the analog came from. Lot Durd.
That's insane.
The Neomoidian general had produced a special form of artillery that was made specifically to target organic life. The weapon fired a single round that would impact, causing a massive burning wave of immolating heat, burning any organic mass, but leaving mechanical life safe. All mechanical organisms were spared from the immolating blast, but anything organic was burned to a crisp.
But wait, I'm organic.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
And so are the witches. So, guess what? It's free real estate.
It's free real estate.
He starts deploying the defoliator tanks to completely annihilate whole scores of Night Sisters. Ultimately, they are able to finally overwhelm the tanks and take command of them when the Night Sisters get their reinforcements in the form of the risen army of undead Night Sisters.
Zombie sisters.
Ventress proceeds to call out Grievous at the landing craft he had been commanding from, and calls him out in single combat. Should Ventress defeat Grievous, he and his forces are made to leave Dathomir. If Grievous won, the Night Sisters would surrender.
1v1 me and Rust, bro.
The two warriors fought each other in a lightsaber duel, and at first, Grievous appeared to have the upper hand and toyed with Ventress, until she surprised him by severing one of his 4 mechanical arms, knocking him down. However, Grievous has long since abandoned his honorable warrior mentality and has decided to not uphold the terms of the deal.
I have altered the deal. Prayer to
No
not
longer
further.
No longer amused by the entire engagement, Grievous, laughing, turned the tables on Ventress by ordering his droids to kill her.
Kill her. Do
This
it.
time, Ventress was knocked to the ground after taking a blast to the shoulder, unlike Grievous a few moments prior, who had been far from defenseless and was quickly able to stand and fight. Ventress was wounded and nearly helpless. Grievous towered over Ventress, ready to finish her off, but when the army of undead Night Sisters rushed Grievous, he was forced to deal with them on top instead of and allowed Ventress to escape. Dooku reached out to Grievous during this engagement, relaying that he was being tortured by Mother Talzin's magic, ordering Grievous to follow the trail of green mist to where Talzin and her people were hiding. He led his army towards the sanctuary where Mother Talzin's group had been hiding away, broke through the temple, and proceeded to kill all the Night Sisters, forcing Mother Talzin into hiding and eliminating their closet secret headmistress, Old Daka.
Gotta make room for new Daka, dude.
Though the battle it was at this point that Grievous had also been informed of the upcoming threat of Savage Opress, the failed Zabrak apprentice of Dooku, who was in fact a double agent for Ventress and the Night Sisters.
Dude, Dooku has a lot of, like... Did every single one of his apprentices just be like, yeah, fuck you, dog?
I mean, Savage was never real. Well, he was, but he wasn't, because Savage basically double crosses Ventress and Dooku. As we established in Maul's whole storyline.
Yeah.
Savage
like-
double crosses both of them. But that's only after they both double cross him.
Yeah, I think Dooku,
Because Dooku tries to...
He's got bad taste in apprentices, dude.
I mean, I think it's lack of foresight.
He doesn't have Papa Palpatine's foresight.
He has no oversight on the situation.
Cannot see, he is blind.
Look with your special eyes.
Look with your metachlorians.
My brain.
My apprentices!
Now, it's at this point where we kind of reach more towards the later part of the war. Dooku, who at this point is on a fucking revenge streak, sends Grievous after he manages to take out Obi-Wan Kenobi's fleet. Sets his sights on the planet Florum, per Count Dooku's orders.
Hey,
And if we
Florum
remem-
sounds familiar.
Yeah, I wonder why, because...
Weird.
Could possibly because Dooku had a chance encounter with the Great Hondo! And was horribly humiliated as a result.
Well, yeah.
Because Hondo
got
was
lost.
built different.
You got your shit pushed in by Star Wars Jack Sparrow.
Imagine the humiliation. The shame.
But you have heard of it.
You have heard of me. What's awful is I think that's actually a line Hondo has made before.
Oh, that's so... That means they knew exactly what they were doing.
I think he does it in Rebels, though.
That's fantastic.
But yeah, no, Grievous is sent to Florum to, well, basically take out Hondo and his gang.
My job is to defeat you. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay, get shit on. Wait, no! Oh, too late.
Yeah, no, he does
This is me,
actually
Hondo.
completely body, Hondo. He doesn't kill
But at
Hondo
what
because
cost?
he does not kill Hondo. So the cost is he himself gets humiliated. Because while Grievous manages to take over Hondo's base and essentially goes about breaking down the whole thing, a group of Padawans who had gone missing during this whole escapade and were actively hunting Ahsoka Tano breach in, save Hondo, and proceed to escape after a brief duel with the droid general who chases the Padawans and Ahsoka through the canyons of Florum. And the droid general is chased off when Hondo arrives in a red and green fire spray starship.
God, I love fire sprays, dude.
Such a good one.
Such a good ship.
Ultimately, Grievous was unable to take out Hondo, and so when Hondo returns, the droids had basically been beaten. Because Hondo makes a comeback and absolutely, well, I say he actually does something, but he basically tears apart Hondo's base and then fucks off. There's no actual battle as far as I'm aware. It's just they take over the base after Hondo retreats, and they break the base, and pretty much that's the middle finger to Hondo.
Dumb. Look, Hondo, we took your base. Yeah, and we win! Till next time. Okay.
Yeah. Now it's
Okay,
time
I
to
guess.
initiate a bit more of that, more ruthless general that we've been missing out on.
Yes! Bring him back! I'm tired of hearing this sad boy.
Grievous
I want to hear a different sad boy.
Grievous had begun to lead victories on the Banbar Station and Vandos, among numerous other battles, such as the Battle of Perrin 2-4, where Jedi Master Sanin was killed. He also convinced the skilled Togorian warriors to defect to the Confederacy. When the Republic, led by General Walden Bridger, arrived at Togoria, they were attacked by the people, who wished to remain with the CIS. Grievous challenged Bridger to a duel, killing him in seconds, and managed to maintain control of the planet. However,
Why
the general
does Bridger sound familiar?
probably because you're thinking of Ezra.
That would do it, yep.
Not the same dude, no relation. Not
I almost
any
thought you were
relation.
talking about Ezra Miller, and I was like, that's also not the right name.
And you're just on a whole streak of like,
Man,
that
dude.
name comes up, and then I think of something completely just wild.
The problem is I'm dog shit with names. So the names I do
this is-
remember are the ones where I'm like, oh, why does that sound? Oh,
Look,
right,
I
because it's
remember
this
your
other thing.
Look, I remember your fucking naming scheme for One Piece characters. I know all
It
too well.
works.
I know all too well how bad it is.
And the best part is it changes every time. Only I know who I'm talking about.
Now, the general, of course, is not invincible and is susceptible to minor inconveniences.
The
Reinforcements.
worst kind.
The reinforcements Grievous sent to the Rendili separatists during the Battle of Rendili were defeated by the combined forces of the Republic and Rendili fleets. He also failed to destroy the mines of Vidav during one battle, and had a number of other defeats throughout the war, but now we come upon probably his greatest and most brutal conquest between canon and legends combined.
Ooh.
It's time to initiate Operation Dirge's Lance.
Hey, I've heard Dirge before.
So, Operation Dirge's Lance was put in motion by Grievous, which was a major separatist campaign whose goal was to complete the conquest of the core worlds. Hundreds of planets along the Corellian trade spine fell before his forces, including the major world of Duro, whose defeat Grievous personally supervised and forced a public surrender from Huladan Kegel in a galaxy-wide HoloNet transmission. Grievous was also responsible for the hour-long bombardment of the heavily populated and urbanized world of Humberrain. One of the founding members of the Republic, by the way, which resulted in the fragmentation of the planet's crust.
Ooh.
During the Battle of
Planet
Lodorvia, he released the Lodorvian Brain Plague into the Windmill sector, which destroyed Republic armies and nearly all humans on the planet. Due to these acts of wanton destruction, Grievous soon became an avatar of terror in the eyes of the citizens of the Republic, as he won battle after battle.
Oh yeah, he also released a brain worm.
In 20 BBY, Grievous baited the Republic forces to Vandos by kidnapping Ambassador Kain. Jedi Knights Tachuka, Dune, and Jamar sent to rescue Kain were killed in the assault. Though the Republic was successful in securing the ambassador, Tachuk's Padawan Flynn Kaibo was infuriated by this and desperate for revenge, gathered a group of other Jedi, including one of the Jedi who we had mentioned earlier on in our talks of Grievous, Bedard Tone, one of the Jedi who was the Jedi Master who was wounded when Grievous fought on the planet Nadium.
So not the same planet of Shaggy.
No. Alongside Bedard Tone, another Jedi, Cody Tai, was brought along to take revenge on Grievous, something the Jedi High Council disapproved of. Now, if you think this is gonna go anything like how Revan went, you're entirely fucking wrong.
What do you mean?
Renegade Jedi do not always get to have the Revan moment.
Oh, they should though.
They should, but they don't.
Makes them cooler.
It does make them cooler. But they don't always live as a result.
I mean, if you die cool, I mean, that's really what most of us can ask.
During their hunt for him, Grievous captured a Mon Calamari ship and killed Jedi Master Quarmal and several of his younglings aboard, but also took some hostage. He planned to use them as human-droid hybrids with an exoskeleton droid suit similar to himself.
I'm gonna make me again!
I'm gonna make tons of mini-me's!
Sounds like fucking Green Goblin over here.
After Grievous conquered Gentis, several probe droids released by the group of Jedi led by Kaibo located him on Belsis. The Jedi were now determined to rescue the younglings and Padawans he was holding hostage. Having learned of them with help from the Slicer Rennie, though the probe droids attacked him, the cyborg had no trouble destroying them. Thus nothing was accomplished besides alerting their interest in him to the General. With help from an Ugnaught, the Padawans escaped, but Grievous pursued him. He confronted them, but at the moment the Jedi arrived. While Cody led them to safety, Grievous dueled Bedard and Flynn, killing them both after Kaibo cut open a gas line, causing a large explosion.
So, did Grievous kill him, or did the gas explosion kill him?
I would assume that he killed himself.
Then I don't count that as Grievous's win. That's more like the Jedi's like, you didn't win, and then kills himself.
I mean, he kills the other two Jedi who were Jedi Masters, by the way.
That is okay. That's understandable. I'll give him those.
The Padawan is the one who cuts the line and then decides I'm going to go out on my own terms.
Like a chopper.
Accomplishing absolutely nothing. Aside from managing to get the Padawans away. That's the only thing you accomplished. You got 2 Jedi killed and then killed yourself.
I did it.
Sometime afterward, Grievous proposed that the Confederacy increase its use of bioweapons and attacks on worlds in the Outer Rim. After seeing the result of the devastation caused by them during the Battle of Honegger,
Uh-oh.
He sent pictures of Honecker taken 6 months after the Battle of Vajun to be reviewed by Dooku. After Dooku was forced to leave Vajun, Grievous scheduled a meeting with him. Several months later, on Bau's Pity, Grievous led a droid army in opposition to Jedi-led Republic forces that had arrived there. The cyborg general dueled Jedi Master Suna Bates, surprising the Jedi and crushing his head in his claws before Bates had time to raise his lightsaber.
Brunch.
Like,
He didn't even have the ability to say the words, I have a bad feeling about this. It would have been like, I have a bad...
like, he couldn't even get his
Turned
lightsaber.
to paste.
Crushed his fucking skull in his claws. What are you doing, Mimo?
Return to soup.
Hey. What are you doing? See this? See my broken earmuff thing? Huh? See it? Earmuff? Yeah. See it? Go get it. Yep, there it goes. Gone now. We'll never deal with... We'll never bother you ever again. Grievous then took his lightsaber and using it to combat the clone troopers. Jedi Master Mace Windu arrived at this moment and using the Force, smashed a stab speeder on top of Grievous, knocking him unconscious, later being rescued by his bodyguards who took him to escape the planet with Count Dooku. During the Battle of Zagaba, Grievous had a run-in with the young bounty hunter and son of Jango Fett, Boba Fett.
It's the boy again.
It was on one of his first missions as a bounty hunter, by the way. After the Republic attacked Wat Tambor's fortress, Fett had taken advantage of the chaos to try and collect on a bounty placed on Tambor's head by Jabba the Hutt. He infiltrated the fortress and attacked Tambor, who shot back at him and called Grievous to help him. The general left the main battle and entered Tambor's private room, where he attacked Fett, despite the young clone pretending to be Dirge with the help of a hollow shroud. He easily defeated the boy and almost killed him. As a result, Fett only survived by faking his death.
That's wild.
Grievous then retreated from the planet with Wat Tambor and Asajj Ventress before the Republic's clone troopers burst through the Citadel. Grievous's hatred of Newt Gunray had also been intensifying over the course of the war.
Oh, dang, who would have thought?
First, after several incidents of recent, Grievous had begun getting infuriated with the, I'd say absolutely livid with the Viceroy. After the first of these incidents being when the Viceroy insisted on going back to Cato Nemoidia to recover some of his valuables, allowing Republic forces to follow him to a meeting place where Grievous was forced to kill the clone pilots pursuing the Nemoidian ship to save Gunray.
Oh, Newt, you dumb bastard.
Though he would have preferred to let them capture the Nemoidian and allow them to inflict minor damage on Gunray's shuttle before destroying his pursuers. It was later in this same incident that Gunray lost his Mechno chair, allowing the Republic to learn that Grievous intended to capture Belderon. Grievous led the Separatist fleet into an ambush by a group of Republic warships there, before ultimately fleeing. However, he was able to, even despite being forced to retreat, he still racks up that infamous body count of 27 Jedi.
Yeah, get him.
27 Jedi killed before he was made to retreat. Grievous was furious at someone for allowing the Republic to learn of this, and he suspected Gunray was to blame. He confronted Gunray, who revealed that the Republic must have gotten their hands on his Mechno chair after he left it on Cato Nemoidia by accident. Grievous threatened him, but stopped short of actually physically harming him. Honestly, I would not have been able to hold on to that level of control.
Oh no, he would have been dead.
Gunray, I think, dies there. I think that's just
Newt Gunray
you've
entering
officially
coffin
failed
dance.
me for the last time. Die. I'm not even going to go over this one because we've actually gone over this one fairly recently. This one goes over Grievous's involvement with Dooku and hunting down Darth Maul and Mother Talzin. The day before, we've already gone through all that, so there's no perspective difference, honestly. We get all the details. Everything's explained the same as we did in the Maul episode. Go check that out, by the way.
It's a good episode.
The good episode.
Darth Maul's a real homeboy.
He is the boy.
That's why he died a heroic death.
Epic death. He was one of our two epic deaths.
That's right.
Him and K2SO. Now we are at the point. Time to reach the end game.
End game?
And no, not Avengers Endgame. It's time to reach the pinnacle point of the Clone Wars. When Grievous prepares to invade the Republic capital of Coruscant. At the time, Grievous was on the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk, leading the Separatists in the opening stages of the battle there. He was spotted during this same engagement by the clones of Delta Squad once again, as they were sent on a secret mission to rescue the Wookiee chieftain and ruler Tarful.
Okay, Tarful. Okay.
Yeah.
I heard Tarple, and I was like, isn't that the Gungan
guy?
Tarful. Okay.
Yeah, Delta Squad was sent on a mission to Kashyyyk to rescue the Wookiee chieftain Tarful, who would aid them, who with his control and lead would be able to lead the Wookiee resistance. Grievous, of course, was spotted fleeing the scene of Kashyyyk, leaving his bodyguards to engage the clone commandos after being found out.
Again.
Yep, he escapes on his ship and departs, preparing to make best possible speed for Coruscant. Grievous led the Confederacy
It's
Starfleet
crazy how
in
good Grievous is at
all-out attack on the Republic capital, using secret hyperspace routes given to him by Sidious. Which, by the way, if you weren't aware, those same secret hyperspace routes were in Clone Wars were established to be a secret that the Jedi Master Eben Piell and his Republic captain Tarkin had access to.
Tarkin?
Yep. Captain Wilhoff Tarkin had been one of the two people who originally knew the access keys and coordinate routes for the secret hyperlane that led directly to Coruscant.
God, Tarkin's so cool.
And when Eben Piell died, he left that information to Anakin Skywalker's Padawan, Ahsoka Tano. The two of them made their report to the Chancellor, who we all know what he's doing. And so he now has these secret hyperspace routes that lead directly to Coruscant.
Crazy how no one put that together.
Yep. And during the battle, Grievous ordered diversionary tactics, such as sending suicide squadrons of vulture droids to cause chaos in the city and to terrorize the citizens. While a massive battle raged between Separatist and Republic forces, Grievous led an assault on 500 Republica with intelligence provided by Darth Sidious. During Grievous' search for Palpatine on the surface, he was soon discovered by, well, remember, this one should be easier to remember because we've talked about him recently. X2.
Yeah!
A Force-sensitive clone serving the Republic, who had managed to follow him using the Skylane transportation hub. There, Grievous encountered X2 in battle, and the two actually fought each other in that engagement. Grievous was pushed back by X2 in this initial engagement.
God, X2 is so cool.
X2 was able to beat him using explosives, hurling him. He had managed to defeat the clone, managed to maintain the inability to defeat the clone, utilizing explosives, hurling him into traffic, and injuring him. Faced with a challenging enemy, Grievous had to applaud X2 for staying longer against him than anybody expected him to, and decided to retreat and continue his mission after leaving the clone injured to kind of wallow in his wounds. During this...
He threw him into traffic.
Yep. Yep.
That's so dumb. I love it so much.
The Jedi, commanded by Shakti, took Palpatine to a secret bunker aboard a maglev train. However, Grievous and his Magna Guards caught up with them and dueled the Jedi, Mace Windu, and Kit Fisto on top of the train. In spite of facing one of the most formidable Jedi, Grievous managed to be Windu's equal in skill. Even though Windu was a master utilizing a unique variant of Form 7 Juyo.
Hell yeah.
During that same duel, Windu escaped only because... Windu retreated from the duel only because he had seen Grievous learning and adapting to his variant of Juyo, which we know as Vapod.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good.
Grievous, in the midst of the duel, was able to adapt and started utilizing Vapod against Windu.
Ooh. Nope. You can't have that happen.
So the duel ended with Grievous being pushed off the train and Windu escaping aboard the train, while Grievous had hijacked a clone gunship on his way down.
As you do.
Unknown to the Jedi, by the way. Grievous managed to reach the hardened bunker with 6 of his Magna Guards in tow, accessed it using codes provided by Darth Sidious, cutting a bloody path of destruction through the bunker. He eventually made his way to Palpatine and quickly killed 4 of the Jedi protectors, Rohan Korob, Baal Modama, Roth Del Mason, and Bink Utrilla.
Bink?
I am honestly surprised that they actually gave them names.
His name is Bink. I wouldn't call that a name.
I want to say it's Bink. Bink.
That's...
I don't know. It's
also
stupid.
Not the greatest.
It's bad. It's real bad.
It's a Star Wars ass name.
It's a bunch of jobbers. It's a bunch of fucking jobbers who apparently were worthy enough to get a name because they fought Grievous.
Yes, I'm the great Jedi, Bink. Dumb. I mean, it's up there with, like, Biggs, though. Like, that's not a great name either. Ah, yes. The mighty pilot, Biggie Smalls.
Biggs Darklighter.
Gavin is, like, also not great, but it's way better than Biggs.
I mean, Gavin's just basic. It's not even the fact... It's the same vibe as Luke.
Yeah.
It's having a normal name with some astronomically fucking wild name after it. You know?
Star Wars loves doing that. It's their favorite thing.
Grievous at this point managed to reach Palpatine and unbeknownst to Grievous, did not even realize that he was talking to his master when he threatened him.
Ah, smooth. Well, I mean, Palpatine can't be upset because he is hiding it from everybody.
Grievous then, in the midst of attempting to escape with Palpatine, had a second engagement with the Jedi Master Shakti, and spared her to inform the Jedi that the Council was gone. Or that the Chancellor was gone. Yeah, I had a really bad dyslexia moment.
Dude, it happened.
As he fled, Windu arrived on the scene, and before Grievous could make his final escape, Windu was able to force crush the plates covering Grievous's internal organ sac, causing the duranium steel to cut his lungs.
And that's why he has asthma.
Yeah, which aggravated the general's already irritating wheezing and coughing problems, a result of his organic form no longer taking well to his cybernetic implants. This crippling blow would injure Grievous for the rest of his life, which would not be long.
Yeah, I was about to say, really? Oh man, how is he gonna do it with the rest of his? Oh, right.
Now, we all know what happens from this point. Anakin and Obi-Wan arrive on the Invisible Hand, kill Dooku, make off with Palpatine. Grievous stops him. They get to the bridge. Grievous escapes in the midst of the ship going down, and he makes best possible escape to Utapau.
I could have sworn Utapau was beforehand, but you're right.
Yep. Once he arrives there, he receives a transmission from Sidious that now Grievous is officially the leader of the Separatist Alliance.
Well, yeah, because he knows they're gonna lose.
Well, it's also the fact that Dooku's dead and they don't have another figurehead.
Yeah.
And it's in this moment that he was told to relocate the Separatist Council to Mustafar, while he stayed on Utapau waiting for the arrival of Obi-Wan Kenobi, of which he had been warned by Sidious prior.
Yup.
When receiving his orders, he briefly protested when learning that the Clone Wars were going to end soon, and that the Separatists would most likely lose due to Dooku's loss. Although Sidious reassured him that the former Separatist leader's loss was necessary, the Sith Lord would soon have a new apprentice, one far younger, more powerful.
With one-liners like Spider-Man.
With 4 times as much edge factor.
1,000,000 times more edge factor.
Now, it's at this point where Grievous ultimately meets his final end. Obi-Wan engages him on the planet. They fight on the planet for a bit. The clones arrive. Grievous is chased across the planet. And in the final engagement, when they trap him, Obi-Wan grabs hold of Grievous's blaster and shoots his fucking chest open.
What a shitty way to go for
Fired exactly 5 bolts between the gap in Grievous's chest plate, blowing apart and igniting the oils, preserving Grievous's remaining biological components.
He died like he lived. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna say it.
A bitch?
Kinda. I mean, I wasn't gonna say that part, but I mean, since it's out there.
Now, Grievous does get a partial rebirth. For those of us Galaxy players, we know what this is. Sometime following the declaration of the New Order and the induction of the Empire from the Republic, a cyberneticist, Dr. Nikolai Kinsworthy used the body of the general to host his droid-brain experiment, or the NK project. Create the highly advanced war droid NK Necrosis, acquired when the dark side prophet Mariel, who oversaw Kinsworthy's work and quickly recruited Triune Lorne to assist with the creation, led the two scientists to the secret storehouse on Utapau. The droid brain within Grievous's reanimated body was trained by two Magna Guards renamed NK3 on how to fight with a lightsaber. Utilizing the same fighting techniques that the Separatist general had instructed them, NK Necrosis developed a very high degree of self-awareness and even began to question whether he was the reincarnation of General Grievous. The war droid enjoyed a brief life in the Myrdriel caverns on Kashyyyk before being destroyed by an anonymous group of spacers.
Yup.
Totally anonymous.
No one knows who they are.
We don't know.
Not a soul.
We don't know anything. We didn't do it.
No, I didn't do anything. I'm not a spacer. And as of this podcast coming out, I don't think I'm too anonymous anymore either. However, died like a bitch. From what I've heard. I wasn't there. From what I've heard, died like a bitch.
Yeah, that pretty much wraps Grievous, because I'm not even going to begin to get into his canon shit. The cat's made this fucking podcast drag out way longer than it should have.
I mean, you kind of got into some of the canon.
I mean, we got into most of the stuff that actually matters.
Yeah. There was canon stuff happening.
Because outside his, like, the brief differences in his origins, which isn't a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
Nothing there's just a few differences there's just a few additional moments that they added in between the episodes of the Clone Wars. Like, that's the only difference. They added some extra moments in between, which they already did, and Legends already made it better, because Operation Dirge's Lance was fucking an insane fucking war effort.
It was dope.
One of the reasons I want to do a Fall of the Republic campaign at some point is specifically so I can actually do the narrative of Dirge's Lance.
Nice.
Because with the historic campaigns in Empire War Expanded for Fall of the Republic, you can run from the start of the Clone Wars all the way to the end. Especially when the new update comes out, you'll actually get to undergo in the middle of the Outer Rim sieges, the Rimward sieges bit, there's actually a point where Order 66 will pop off, and you'll get a special mission to actually go through and take part in Operation Nightfall.
Oh, that's cool.
You get to actually lead Anakin and the clones in the siege of the temple.
That's dope.
There's a bunch of really cool ones in the upcoming Revan's Revenge one as well. Like, you actually get to have a whole alternate history line where the Mandalorians made it all the way to Coruscant.
Oh.
Which, by the way, for those who are not aware, and before we actually wrap everything up here, the Revan's Revenge mod has actually got its release date. January 30th.
Yo, that's like right around the corner.
Like, less than 2 weeks.
Holy shit.
Less than 2 weeks, I will be playing the Revan's Revenge mod. And I will be doing a Sith Empire playthrough for my first playthrough.
Okay.
The polls spoke out, and the polls say Sith Empire is the first.
That's fair, because Sith Empire is way cooler.
And because it was the second highest vote, the Mandalorians will be the one I do for the historic campaigns.
also sounds fun.
So we will actually get to see all that fun stuff. Seeing where Mandalore the Ultimate led his war against the Republic after the Sith Emperor Vitiate basically instructed him to fight the Republic.
Do it.
I'm not even joking that that's how that entire escapade apparently starts.
Yeah. It starts because some dude's like, you could win.
Nah, you'd win.
Exactly. Oh man, Mandalore the Ultimate? Nah, you'd win. Dude, you're the ultimate.
Then along came Revan.
And then along came Revan.
So good, dude. I'm ready for it. I'm so excited for it, man.
Hell yeah, dog.
I've been waiting for this mod in particular, and having seen some of the early, like, some of the beta playthrough stuff that Corey has done, and even Eckhart's Ladder has started his own playthrough on the Republic's end. Corey's doing one right now. He's got a new Sith Empire playthrough and a new Republic play. He's got one for the Republic as well that he's doing in Revan's Revenge.
Nice.
I'm very excited to see the full product of this mod when it comes out.
I fucking love the Old Republic, dude. It's so cool.
We will have a very special point when we get to finally talking about the Old Republic. Because I want to fucking talk about it so badly.
Dude, Old Republic, best Republic.
Old Republic, best Republic. This New Republic shit, this fucking Galactic Republic stuff, the High Republic, what's this nonsense?
Yeah, high because they're fucking token all the time because they suck. I don't know where I was going with that.
I was gonna say High Republic because the guys who are making it were high on some shit.
True.
Just have a fucking sentient rock that teaches fucking Padawans about sexuality.
I'm sorry, what?
Yep, that's a thing.
In what?
In the High Republic. In one of the comics.
From what?
In one of the comics.
In one of the comics?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look
In one of the comics for the High Republic.
How they massacred
There is a
boy.
sentient rock that teaches Jedi Padawans about sexuality.
Look how they massacred my non-binary child.
I hate it. It's awful.
I can't believe I can't believe George Lucas would do this.
If you thought all the pandering and agenda folding that freaking Rian Johnson was doing, thought that was bad, go check out some of the fuck shit in the High Republic era. It's a mess.
I don't wanna because I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Honestly, I can't say I was all that impressed with Acolyte, so High Republic might as well. Honestly, there isn't anything about the High Republic so far, despite all the fucking word-of-mouth vomit that they've been trying to feed us through all the other material. With the Acolyte being our first official taste of it in any form that wasn't the games, the books, or the comics. Fuck that noise. Y'all have your opener, but your opener did not perform well, and even without giving it a second thought, you fucking chopped the fucking head off it. Beheaded your fucking baby.
So I have never watched The Acolyte. I'm probably never gonna watch the.
No.
But the reason I didn't watch it is because of the trailer. Just hearing people like bad acting just go, the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. I heard that and went,
bad.
oh, this isn't for me.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Ooh,
there's
that
a reason.
sucked to listen to. Not for me.
I will say this. The premise they were originally trying to introduce with the Acolyte is not at all what we were getting. It's not
What was
at
the
all.
original premise?
So the original premise was supposed to be, it was supposed to actually focus on a dark side acolyte who was on the run and in hiding in the High Republic era. Like hunting Jedi and having to deal with that environment of being in the effectively rule of 2 stage.
Okay.
That was our original premise.
That
And it was supposed to be another... It was, as Disney keeps failing to produce, a dark, gritty story. Like, fucking... Come on.
No, if you want to do gritty, make another Andor.
Make more shit like Andor, dude.
Andor was so fucking...
So excited for that in April, dude.
Oh?
Yep, April...
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, April 2nd is when we're getting that.
April, really? All right.
Yeah, April of this year is when Andor Season 2 is officially dropping.
Oh, that's going to be so good.
They teased that amongst a bunch of other shit during the D23 stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
Last
my
D23
God, dude.
Expo, they released a big collection of, like, here's stuff coming to Disney Plus. And Andor Season 2 was on that. A teaser of Andor Season 2 was on that list with a release date that stated April 2nd, 2025.
Okay. Dude, I'm so down for more Andor, dude.
Dude, I'm ready for it. I loved Andor. That was... I think so far that is my favorite bit of Star Wars media that they have put out.
Yes.
But speaking of Star Wars media...
The best Disney Star Wars media.
Speaking of Star Wars media that Disney has put out...
Uh-oh. I don't like the way
because
you said that.
Because it's... I guess series finale has finally dropped.
Oh, right.
Our next week episode, without even giving Jake a second thought, because I told him what it is.
Yep.
We will be, we'll finally be doing our review and coverage on Skeleton Crew.
Yup. Sure will.
But, accompanied with that, that following Sunday is our book club episode for January.
Oh, yeah.
So, for those who were unaware, and because I forgot to mention it at the start of this episode, make sure that y'all read the Rogue Squadron book from the X-Wing Legends series.
Yeah, I got about 4 hours.
That's about what I've got. I about 4 hours, and honestly, I'm gonna blow it all through next week at work.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm long. I've got next week at work is a 3-day week because I'm doing Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So
Okay.
I'll be able to blow through that whole thing at work.
Yeah. I have a 45-minute drive to work and back. So I will get rid of that next week.
Yeah, it's next week is definitely gonna be our interesting one because I have a few ideas of stuff I want to do after we cover Skeleton Crew.
Okay.
We do our Skeleton Crew review and discussion, but yeah, we'll have our book club episode on Sunday the 26th. That following Sunday. So hope you all stay tuned for that one. But before we kind of close this all out together, final thoughts on Grievous.
He's dope. I wish they did more with him. Like I wish they didn't relegate him to a side character.
Be more accurate to say side of villain. Secondary antagonist.
Yeah. He should have been like a main antagonist, like the likes of Dooku. Or like Palpatine himself.
I mean, when you really think about it, Palpatine is the primary antagonist, no matter what.
Yeah. But like they should have done so much more with him. He had so much more to give.
Mm.
Well, at least more to show.
There was more that they could have showed. Not as much, I think, on the giving.
Yeah. No, they should have showed more.
Mm-hmm.
Because all we got out of him for like canon shit is that he's a coward and runs away all the time.
And,
then he gets
bodied.
fucking shot and dies.
Gets fucking bodied.
And like,
I was actually kind of surprised that it
sucks.
wasn't just the cybernetics exploding that caused him to just get fucking wrecked. But it was, in fact, the blaster bolt shooting the preserving oils for his biological components. That is what absolutely immolated him.
Yeah. Which makes more sense now that you look at it. Because he did get shot and then burst into flames.
Yeah. With all the preserving oils that were used to keep his biological components functional. The remaining organs and bits of him that were not cybernetic.
Yeah. Like, dog, he's so cool.
He's really
he's actually terrifying.
One of the best,
like, when you run into him, like,
introductions ever.
Yeah.
And the fact that he is teased so openly in the early parts of the war. Like, this man's teased pretty much in the clone. He's teased in the Republic Commando fucking video game.
Yeah.
His existence is teased through that video game.
And like they could have shown more.
Yeah.
And they didn't because they're cowards.
I think what I probably am gonna do at some point soon, especially because I can't currently play the Awakening of the Rebellion, or not Awakening of the Clone Wars in its current state.
Yeah.
Until they do more patching and balancing stuff to it. I'm just not with that. Because, dude, I'm out here fucking fighting fleets of freaking acclimators and venators, numbering in, like, the massive totals. Like, it's carrier hell out here. It's the exact shit that I've been avoiding, like the plague, in, the exact shit that they were trying to resolve in Awakening of the Rebellion. They're repeating the problem.
Yeah, because everyone loves carrier spam, dude.
Fuck. It's not even carrier spam, it's the fighter spam.
Yeah.
Because in Galactic Conquest, you can't usually build fighters like that unless you're playing the Rebellion or the Pirates.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid, okay? Fucking stupid.
I'm not saying it's not stupid.
I hate it. I hate it so much. But I'm gonna do I will end up doing I'll probably do a Fall of the Republic playthrough. Probably after I do the Sith Empire playthrough. But hopefully by the time that finishes, the update for Fall of the Republic should be around the corner. So I will probably be doing a playthrough of that, as well as doing one for Thrawn's Revenge, which that poll looks like I'm gonna be doing a Pentastar run.
Pentastar?
Looks like I'm gonna be doing a Pentastar alignment playthrough in 3.5. So I'm doing another Warlord.
Well, I mean, that game is literally just chock full.
That mod specifically is full of them.
Yeah.
There's fucking 5 of them, Jake.
So many.
Honestly, I was surprised that Pentastar was the one that got picked for that one. I haven't played Pentastar a lot recently. My main ones I've been playing recently have actually been the Hapes, the Imperial Remnant, and Zinj. Those are the main ones I've been playing recently. Used to, I played the New Republic, the Ariadu, and the Pentastar. Those were the 3 ones I used to play beforehand. I still kind of play the Ariadu. I haven't actually done a playthrough for them recently, but I do still play the Ariadu. Because lots of fucking capital ships, man.
Yeah.
Get to play around
Capital
with
ships
fucking
are the best part of that game.
I get to play with Star Destroyers and the fucking Torpedo Sphere.
Yeah. Dude, that Torpedo Sphere is so fucking dumb. I love it so much.
The dumbest thing ever. It's amazing.
What if we just made a big ball?
And it shoots. What's bad
and
is
it shoots a billion torpedoes.
It's literally a siege weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even begin to go into that because I know that thing's not even the dumbest thing I found anymore. I know there's dumber shit out there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because I found out that apparently there is a fucking airship thing that is basically a Zeppelin with turbo lasers.
Yeah!
An aerial siege platform that has just turbo lasers and a giant fucking like heavy beam cannon.
Oh, that's so dumb! I want it. Oh, that's so good.
Stupid. I've been using it in my New Republic playthrough that I have going on my channel. So, you can see it in there. Because I literally get it like episode 3, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at
like
it.
Episode 2
oh my
or
God.
3. It's fucking stupid.
No, is it used for like ground battles?
It's used in ground battle.
Oh my God, that's so dumb.
It is also a unit. Also, because this is a thing that Thrawn's Revenge does and the Empire War Expanded team does, it's one of the fucking ground vehicles that actually has hard points. It's that big.
Oh my God. Fantastic.
It's the dumbest thing ever. But it's so good. That thing on its own has been helping me solo through a lot of these fucking ground battles.
Better than the sail barge?
As far as firepower, yes. Survivability, debatable. The sail barge actually was a little more survivable, and it was good at absolutely shredding infantry. I'd say if there was a difference, this thing is better at actually taking care of vehicles and buildings. The sail barge was definitely better at shredding through infantry.
Okay.
Plus, I think it also had the perk of being able to use the guys inside to shoot from it. I don't remember if they had that ability or not, but I know you could actually, like, if you had the repair teams, you had, like, the support teams in your sail barge or vehicle in a transport, they actually heal that vehicle that they're transported in.
That's dope.
But, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end this off, because, once again, this one has dragged into a much longer episode than need be.
Yes.
Because the cats were on a fucking tirade today, apparently. So, I had to step away a few times. But
that's, yeah, understandable.
I had to step away a few times and deal with a hostage situation with my computer's mouse.
That's right. Don't negotiate with terrorists, dude.
There's no negotiation with terrorists. But I hope you all enjoy. Hope you will be ready for the episode of Skeleton Crew review episode next week, and the book club episode next week as well.
Yeah.
So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you all probably not till Monday. Actually, I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing anything Sunday or not. But
fair.
I will figure that one out.
Are we doing Salty Saturdays today?
Unfortunately not, because I have my, unless we're gonna do it way later. I've got a game. I've got my Dragon Ball game tonight, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
We'll not have a second stream today. If nothing else, I may try to make up for it tomorrow, depending what happens on that front. Because I will we'll probably do one earlier that day, because I have another game tomorrow. I'm starting that game with my stepbrother and his buddies, so.
Okay. Hey, man,
Be
do what you gotta do.
Gonna be pushing them into the tabletop hobby.
Nice.
But hope you all enjoy your
Pushing them
weekend
violently into it.
and hope you have a wonderful time. Till next time, this has been the Freelancer signing off. Until then, goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.